मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
My dear Prakriti, remember what you have to do on earth?
Yes, Mother. I will educate people with love so that they understand mission life and maintain the environmental balance by adopting environment-friendly lifestyle.
My child, these three things will help you on your journey. First is the tiara of flowers. This will keep you happy and energetic. Second, this badge of life, which will remind people of lifestyle for environment. You can also give this badge to people who contribute for the betterment of our planet. And third, this bag of hope. Whenever someone harms the environment, you can take out eco-sustainable alternatives from the bag and inspire them to adopt Mission Life.
Okay, Mother. Now I will leave for my mission life.
There's one life, but there's one mission. Let's all work for environment, rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Adopting environment-friendly lifestyle is our ambition. Say no to single-use plastic. Let's use stairs instead of lift. Save water, segregate waste, reduce overconsumption and reuse again. Together we can, together we will, together we will achieve this ambition. There's one life, there's one mission. Let's all work for environmental rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Let's choose life for green planet vision.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे? आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में पानी के उपयोग के लिए होस पाइप या पाइप के बजाय बाल्टी का उपयोग करें। एसी और आरओ से निकले पानी का पुनः उपयोग करें। जल इकाइयों को रिचार्ज करने के काम को बढ़ावा दें और औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। सब्जियों को साफ करने के बाद पानी का पुनः उपयोग पौधों को पानी देने या ऐसे किसी अन्य कार्यों के लिए करें। घर, स्कूल और कार्यालयों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग बॉडीज का निर्माण करवाएं। लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट अपनाइए। मिशन लाइफ से दुनिया बेहतर बनाइए।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Mobile phones and electronic devices have become essential in our lives. But do you know that e-waste generated from these is very harmful for our environment? Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has come out with solutions to address these problems in Mission Life.
लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अपने खुद के प्रयत्न में या परिवार के साथ और अपने समुदाय के साथ मिलकर वो कौन से कदम उठा सकते हैं जिससे धरती की सुरक्षा हो सके, इस पृथ्वी की सुरक्षा हो सके। इन सारे सवालों का जवाब मिशन लाइफ में है।
Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. We too have a significant role to play to mitigate our carbon footprint. Come and let us work together to reduce the e-waste for a safe environment. Do not throw the e-waste here and there. Utilize the e-recycling units to protect our environment. Use rechargeable batteries. Prefer using cloud storage over a pen drive or a hard drive. Use mobile phones and electronic items to their full life cycle. These are few small steps that can lead to a great improvement in mitigating chemical leakage in the environment. Let's choose a chemical-free environment. Choose life.
शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए योग जरूरी है, शरीर के पोषण के लिए जैसे मिलेट्स जरूरी हैं, ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फूड जरूरी हैं, ऐसे ही प्रकृति को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए और प्रदूषण को नियंत्रित करने के लिए जरूरी है कि हम वृक्ष लगाएं। अपने घरों में तुलसी, अश्वगंधा, गिलोय और नीम जैसे पेड़ पौधे लगाएं और जानवरों की खाल से बने प्रोडक्ट से दूरी बनाएं। ध्यान रखिए, अगर हम प्रकृति को बचाएंगे तो ही लाइफ को बेटर बनाएंगे।
क्या बात है, बालकनी का असली फायदा तो आप उठा रहे हो, सब्जियां उगा रहे हो।
हाँ, और इसी बहाने थोड़ा मन भी बहल जाता है।
और आंटी, लाइफ में कुछ यूजफुल करने को भी मिल जाता है।
खाद क्या डालोगी?
ऑर्गेनिक कंपोस्ट, किचन और फूड वेस्ट से तैयार करके।
ये सब कहाँ से सीखा?
स्कूल से।
मुझे भी सिखाओ, आखिर पड़ोसी ही पड़ोसी के काम आता है ना?
आप भी नेचर के करीब आइए, लाइफ को बेटर बनाइए।
Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti and I'm here to tell you about a very common issue we face every day, wasting electricity without even realizing. As small as it may look, but the problem is larger, and that is why Mission Life has it in its charter.
सरकार का जोर बिजली का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के साथ ही बिजली की बचत करने पर भी है। बिजली बचाना यानी भविष्य सजाना।
Carelessly keeping that switch on may mean nothing to us, but for some, electricity is a ray of hope. On an average, our households waste about 35% of electricity every month. This doesn't just raise our own expenditure manifolds, but burdens the country, forcing it to rely on non-renewable energy. The result, polluting the environment. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Turn off the lights while leaving a room, switch to energy-efficient appliances and LED lights, unplug devices when not in use. Use natural light sources whenever available. And keep your air conditioner at 24 degrees. Save energy for better tomorrow.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, एक छोटी सी अपेक्षा आज आपसे सामने रखना चाहता हूं। इस 2 अक्टूबर को हम भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक, क्या इससे देश को मुक्ति दिला सकते हैं?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन अनुसार हमें भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाना है और इसके लिए सबकी भागीदारी आवश्यक है।
बेटा जी, ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के डिब्बे, प्लास्टिक की प्लेट्स, स्ट्रॉ और ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के कप।
कितने हुए?
800 रुपए।
अरे रुको रुको, ना मैं ये लूंगी।
You all are very warm welcomed in the capital city of India to attend this highly anticipated international ninth International Nitrogen Conference focusing on balancing global change and sustainability at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, organized in collaboration with Sustainable India Trust and INI. India, the largest, seventh largest, and the biggest democratic country in the world, is very well known for its unique and the multi-religious culture. It is one of the oldest and the greatest civilization of the world, and Delhi is the heart of the India, where people from the different cultures and the religions prevail together with the peace and the harmony. Delhi is the land of the different festivals like Deepavali, Holi, Dashera, and is very well famous for its historical heritage and the places like Purana Killa, Lal Killa, Qutub Minar, Humayun's Tomb. But the problem is that our beautiful heart is continuously sinking because of continuously rising environmental pollution. And I think the international initiatives like today's INI conference can serve as a strong platform to gather all the experts, professionals, and the scientists to have one meaningful connection and facilitate to solve the problems of the cities like Delhi. So we are honored to have you all with us today to embark this beautiful journey of knowledge, innovation, and the collaboration.
Respected guests, before we embark on the enlightening program, let's honor our tradition by lighting the lamp. The ritual symbolizes the illumination of knowledge and the beginning of journey filled with inspiration and collaboration. As we ignite the lamp, let it signify the commencement of a conference where ideas shine brightly, much like the radiant glow in this symbolic frame.
Thank you, Suhana. So beautiful words. So to move on, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma, the Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Empress University, a recipient of Padam Shri and the National Science Technology Award, who has contributed a lot in the field of dentistry. As a leader, as an educator, he embodies excellence and inspires us. So I would like to extend my warm welcome to Sir to come on the stage and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Now, I also would like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture Research and Education, DARE, and Director General of Indian Council of Agricultural Research on stage to join us. I also invite Dr. Nimisha Sharma, Director Research and Development Cell, Guru Gobind Singh Inspers University, Dr. David Cantor, the esteemed chair of International Nitrogen Initiative, and Dr. Nandula Raghuram, former chair and former chair of International Nitrogen Initiative, and the chair of 9th INI Conference 2024, to join hands with our VC sir for the Deepak Prajwalan ceremony. Thanks to all our honorable guests for lighting the lamp. Now, before moving forward, I would like to request you all to rise up for the university anthem. And also, I would like to request to please keep your mobile phones in silent mode during the anthem.
लाएंगे हम सच का सवेरा, गुरु कृपा का होगा बसेरा, विद्या की लो और लगन से हट जाएगा यह तम घनेरा। इस धरा से आसमां तक हम बनाने अपनी ज्ञान गरिमा, अपने श्रम से कौशलों से हम बढ़ाने अपनी मान महिमा। फैले जाए अपनी सुगंध हर दिशा में, प्रगति पथ पर ख्याति अपनी हो हवा में। बादलों से ऊंची अपनी उड़ान, हम करेंगे विश्व का कल्याण। हम इंद्रप्रस्थ की है अंजुमन, हम इंद्रप्रस्थ को करते नमन। पाले गुरु गोविंद सिंह की राह, ज्ञान गंगा गगन हट जाएगा यह तम घनेरा। लाएंगे हम सच का सवेरा।
So, moving forward, with great honor, I would like to introduce Professor N. Raghuram from University School of Biotechnology. He is the founder, head of Center Sustainable Nitrogen and Nutrition Management. He specializes in the molecular biology and functional genomics of nitrogen use efficiency in rice. Formerly the chair of International Nitrogen Initiative, INI, he co-founded the Indian Nitrogen Group and the South Asian Nitrogen Center, and co-led the Indian and South Asian Nitrogen Assessment, and currently credited the Global Nitrogen Assessment. He has been a steering committee member of the UNEP Global Partnership on the Nutrition Management since its inception in 2008. He felicitated the first ever UN resolution so sustainable nitrogen management through the Indian government, and now he serves on the Indian National Interministerial Steering Committee for its implementation. Please join me, sir, to extend warm welcome to our guest as well as introduce the conference.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, delegates, distinguished chief guest on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Director of Research, colleagues, research scholars, and longtime friends in the nitrogen community. Most welcome to the 9th International Nitrogen Conference. We are very glad, actually proud, that India is the only country in which we are able to hold this conference for the second time after 2010. I hope you all had safe arrival and comfortable transit to the hotels. We've done our best to make arrangements for your comfortable stay during this conference and for academic deliberations through the plenary and the parallel sessions. I'm particularly thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director General, Indian Council of Agricultural Research and Secretary, Department of Agricultural Research and Education in the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, to have spared his time to come from a long distance to be able to participate. He has also been a patron, a long time colleague, friend, philosopher, and guide in our efforts on nitrogen management in India for the last 20 years. We are very fortunate that probably for the first time, someone who represents sustainable agriculture actually took on the mantle of the Director General of ICAR. A lot more can be said about him. We'll do that later. We have their keynote presentations coming in a short while. I would particularly like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma, one of the best known dental surgeons in the country and a fellow of all three Royal Societies in the UK, and also chair of the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals. His leadership, academic vision, and commitment to the growth of this university, a young university which is just celebrated its 25 years of existence a few months ago. We are still in the process of completing our Silver Jubilee celebrations, and this conference is itself a part of the Silver Jubilee celebrations of this university. Also, in the 75th year of Indian independence that we celebrated only a few months ago. He's not been well for the last few days, and we were not so sure that he would be able to make it. We are pleasantly surprised to actually have him in the early morning situation with come all the way and be available in time. It shows his dedication and commitment to the academic programs of this university and leading from the front, which inspires us all to do more and do better. Thank you very much, sir. Our Director of Research, Dr. Nimsha Sharma, welcomed you for your unwavering dedication to this university since its inception and for your leadership in streamlining the research programs, policies, incentives, regulations related to all aspects of research consultancy in this university. Also, as a distinguished colleague in my own school of biotechnology, she has been a leading light and an inspiration for her students. My own friend, longtime colleague, David Cantor, the current chair of the International Nitrogen Initiative from New York University, who has a very interdisciplinary background combining both pure science research and policy research, and brings together his own unique talents into taking the nitrogen agenda from the science and the technology to the policy arena, which is where we are all right now. It's a matter of great satisfaction that the last 20 years of the existence of International Nitrogen Initiative, it actually completed 20 years only last year. So it's also a major milestone for the International Nitrogen Initiative. And we are meeting after the last conference, which was all online. So we're physically meeting after 6 years. The entire nitrogen community from 30 countries is here to interact over the next 3 days on various aspects of the nitrogen cycle, and also to bring the best of science, the most rigorous, globally benchmarked science, to the policymakers to be able to take informed decisions and highlight actionable science for national, regional, and global actions. So the international initiative in that sense is not just any academic society conducting conferences or publishing books, but a very action-oriented, policy-committed organization which brings science to the benefit of the society, to the benefit of the decision makers, and spearheads in many ways evidence-based policy. And if we don't do that in the 21st century, when will we do it? Welcome, David. Glad to have you here. And all of you delegates, once again, I know it's tough to make it early in the morning, coming from your various hotels and joining us in time. Also, my apologies for about 10-15 minutes of delay in being able to start this event. Please make yourself comfortable and enjoy the conference. And let's move to the next step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Now I would like to ask Professor N. Raghuram to welcome our guest with a token of honor. First, I would like to request our honorable chief guest, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, to get the token of welcome, as well as Dr. Mahesh Verma, Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. To Dr. David Cantor. Thank you, sir. To Dr. Nimisha Sharma. And yes, I would like to request Professor Ranjit to welcome Dr. Raghuram.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome our Honorable Padam Shri Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma, Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Infant University, to come and share his experience and words with us.
Most respected Dr. Himanshu Pathak, DG ICAR and Secretary DARE, Government of India. Dear David Cantor, INI Chair, Professor Raghuram, Chair of the conference N2024, my dear colleague, Professor Dimisha Sharma, Director, Research and Consultancy of the University. I see a large number of international delegates, keynote speakers, some students, some of our faculty from our university, and other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's such a pleasure on behalf of the university as well as on my own behalf to welcome all of you to this very prestigious triennial, as Professor Raghuram said, which is happening after long 6 years in our midst. Honestly, and believe me, I'm an odd man here, as already been introduced that I am not a run-of-the-mill scientist like all of you. I have a little, I have a medical stream background, but it's such a pleasure to be learning, knowing, and in fact, over the last couple of years, Professor Raghuram has sensitized me enough about this matter, and I do understand that nitrogen has a huge impact, both in terms of its use and what we medically call ill effects, or the side effects, or the sequelae. That's how we describe a disease. So I will, in fact, I was scratching my mind, and I was thinking, what is the close simile to nitrogen in dentistry? And I came up with two examples. One was a fluoride, which in a optimal doses are very good for remineralization as an anti-cavity application. But the same fluoride, when consumed in excess, cause skeletal fluorosis and also causes mottling of teeth, browning of teeth. Another example, which is close simile, is mercury in dental amalgam, which is a very integral part of dental restorations. But a drop of mercury can kill millions when it is put in an ocean or in the environment. So that always happens, but nitrogen has really played a crucial role, including green revolution in our country. And it has been a very crucial element as far as global food systems and societal well-being. I think without that, wherever we are very well fed today, we wouldn't be. And of course, from increasing yields, improving quality of the crops, increasing productivity, creating humongous jobs all over the world and adding to the trade. Entire world is looking at a trade today. So it has really played a very, very vital role. But anything which is good also comes with a lot of challenges. And the most today I feel, I have been sensitized again and again by Professor Raghuram, that this is one of the most important threat today, which we are facing on the planet today. I mean, we don't want to come to a stage where we see water everywhere, and then not a drop to drink, isn't it? We don't want to come to that stage. And I was going through your papers and going through your literature, and I see a good amount of work which is done by INI, International Nitrogen Initiative. And, I really feel that this group's efforts has been very laudable. They've not only been able to bring about sensitization about the whole issue, but also bringing the entire stakeholders on board, whether it is government, whether it is NGOs, whether it is civil society bodies, and also academia. And as all of you come from these diverse backgrounds, so I like your approach: share, aware, and dare, isn't it? You share, aware, and dare. And then we have a secretary dare sitting here. So I like that approach, and also your efforts are not so small, because it was your efforts which led to two United Nations resolutions. In fact, making the globe aware, and I think not in INI, I think even Indian Nitrogen Group has played a very crucial role. That also must be appreciated. And now it's co-chairing UNEP, and really some of your key initiatives like Nitrogen for Net Zero, INMS, and global alliances at UNEP. I think these are really very laudable efforts, and thank you for your concerted efforts. And as I understand, as a common citizen, I understand that your voice, your message is very loud and clear. One, it's a global threat. We all, the public, must know that. Of course, as an academia, as a scientist, a lot of time this information doesn't seep in, doesn't go across. So it's a global threat. We need to do something right away. Action needed right now. It is needed today. Immediate intervention. And we are all trying to reach 2030 to meet the SDGs. And that cannot happen if this matter is not, if it is not, managed, because we cannot achieve those without responsible nitrogen management. And as a group, you are making a lot of hue and cry, and that's what is needed today. Unless you make noise, nobody hears you. David, you agree? Isn't it? You're going to make a lot of noise. So I'm very happy that you are all doing that. As a medico, I feel your strategies and my strategies are very similar. Very similar. And I will narrate how that. One is the precision. Isn't it? Precision in agriculture, and for us, precision in medicine, robotics, automation, digitalization. That's we do laser, we do robotic today, precision. So you got to bring precision. So that approach. The second one is employing technology. If you have to reach far, you bring in quality, you bring predictability. You only can do it through technology. So that's a second approach, our common approach. The third one is slow release. Like we have slow release capsules, no? We have slow release medicine, which will slowly release. So you will have a slow release fertilizers, which doesn't bring about the recycling, as we have been doing biomedical waste. How we brought an act here in India, 1997, and ever since things are totally different. It never happened like that earlier. Collaboration, innovation, international cooperation. That's why I mean, I must appreciate, I see a large number of representation from all over the world today. And that's what we need. We need international cooperation and another approach which works together for us, because health is also very important part of SDGs, is bringing regulations, policies. We brought policies in India. Lot of new things have happened. So unless this happens at every country, at every level, because only regulation, policies, and coupled with education, training, capacity building, research and development, finally will bring about the public awareness. So I know I am nobody to teach you. You are, in fact, I got to learn from you. And these are some of the future strategies, future directions we all got to do. If we have, because SDGs, we are also part of SDGs, zero hunger, all those things, all those 1, 2, 3, SDG 1 to 3 are directly connected with the nitrogen management. So unless we do all that, we will not be living in this healthy, sustainable, sustainable world in future. Yes, of course, settings can be different. It could be different for India. It could be, the context can be different, settings can be different. But some of these blend of approaches, combination approaches, shall work both in healthcare as well as in an agriculture sector. Lastly, I have specially come. I was slightly indisposed, but the kind of commitment, kind of involvement, kind of dedication I have seen in Professor Raghuram, I said, I must come and must not dampen his spirit, must not allow for his spirits to dampen. So I have a special mention for Professor Raghuram, chair of N2024, because I have seen him. He's he's pulling up this big mega conference all alone, of course, along with some of his colleagues. And, he's brought I was looking at your program. I mean, he's brought everybody together from agriculture, from livestock, from air pollution, water pollution, climate change, biodiversity, public health. I am a public health guy. He's even brought me together. So I consider him as a lone crusader, for nitrogen, and at the university. And I must say that it is his efforts and his research that we were compelled. We were obliged to set up a standalone center for nitrogen management at the university because of his research and particular efforts. He thinks, he breathes, he smells, he lives, he laughs, all the nitrogen all the time. And for me, now these days you must have heard of Ram. A lot of Ram happening in India. He is Raghu Ram. He is Ram of nitrogen. And for me, he's not Professor Raghu Ram. For me, he's a Professor Raghu Raman. That N is for the nitrogen. And incidentally, his first name is also N Raghu Ram. So he has a nitrogen in the beginning and nitrogen in the end. So he sometimes arm twists me and takes me to his lab. And I very pleasantly like to go there because I know that is the only place here in the university where I will get 78% nitrogen, nothing less, nothing more. So let's give him a big hand. So thank you for coming over and adding to the crowning glory of Silver Jubilee celebration of the university. All the best. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you so much, sir. Now with a great honor, I would like to call Dr. Himanshu Pathak, a distinguished figure serving as a chief of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR, and co-currently holding the esteemed position of Secretary of the Department of Agriculture Research and Education and the Director General of ICAR. So please come and share your words with us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Professor Barma, David Kenter, Dr. Raghuram, Madam Sharma, and all the very distinguished colleagues from all over the world. Let me welcome each and every one of you in this university, of course, our capital and this country. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers. Somehow Professor Verma didn't lay any words for me to praise Dr. Raghuram. I thought of saying something, but then he has said almost everything. But again, Dr. Raghuram, congratulations for taking so much of pain in organizing this grand event. So congratulations from my side, from the side of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and of course, Government of India. It is really, really praiseworthy contributions which you are making. Let me also thank and congratulate the university, which is celebrating its Silver Jubilee this year, for being the host of this very important conference. Friends, I belong to this community. Most of you are known to me, but don't ask me your name. Probably I will not be able to. And I have been working on nitrogen, I don't know, before the nitrogen was discovered, probably, not in that way, for quite long. What Professor Verma said is absolutely right. Nitrogen has contributed immensely for global food security. In fact, discovery of urea as a molecule and the synthesis of ammonia by Haber-Bosch process. These two are considered to be the greatest inventions of the whole human civilization. And as per several estimates, around 30 to 40% of global food production comes from application of nitrogenous fertilizers. So that's the contribution. And in this country, our green revolution, as well as many other developments in agriculture and allied sectors, have been possible because of fertilizer nitrogen, which we started using in 1954, and then of course today is 2020. But in the whole process, somehow probably we lost the balance. And then the question of sustainability, question of pollution, question of economic viability, and all other concerns are being raised. So when I saw the title, Balancing Global Change and Sustainability, nitrogen is very much part of that. It is a part of that whole global change. It is one of the causes of global change. But then nitrogen can also play a very important role of providing the sustainability. Professor Verma was talking about health and medicine. The question today is for nitrogen, whether nitrogen should be considered as a pollutant or a medicine. Now, medicines are always good, but then up to a limit. The moment you cross that limit of medicine, then it becomes a poison. So for everything, even if it is one of the very good things, that balance is important. Otherwise, the medicine will be acting as a poison. And that's the question. Question is not only in the scientific community, but outside the world, there is a lot of awareness and sensitization is required. Many people consider nitrogen as one of the key factors of sustainability. But then there are others who think it is not, it is a polluter. And they have got some points of justification. It really causes pollution. If it is not used by the plants, it will go to all dimensions. It goes to water bodies, it goes to atmosphere, it even creates human health problem, animal health, and so on. So therefore, our works, the community which is working for nitrogen, developing new technologies, capacity building, policy formulations, and in all other ways are really very, very crucial. So the role which you are playing, and I can see so many of those who are really crucial in this, starting from Mark and many others. Our role today is also tough, but probably in years to come, it is going to be tougher. We have to make a balance of food security as well as nutrition security, but also on the other side, the sustainability. How to make that balance? So today and then, 2 days more, all of us are going to deliberate and discuss on each of these. And the outcome of this conference will be really taken very seriously in all others, particularly ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So Dr. Raghuram will be really looking forward for the recommendations which will be coming out of this conference. For Government of India, particularly Ministry of Agriculture, nitrogen today is one of the very important factors of sustainability, food security, and so on. And besides Ministry of Agriculture, let me tell you, friends, there are at least 10 departments in Government of India which are directly or indirectly connected to nitrogen. So our Department of Fertilizers and Chemicals, they are the producers of all of these fertilizers. So they are very directly connected to this. And Dr. Verma also talked about the employability, not only for production aspect, but also its application, and then of course the whole agriculture. So therefore, this particular conference is really, really crucial. Before I conclude, let me also take at least one more name who was a mentor for many of us. It was the person who initiated all these nitrogen activities in this country. He was Professor Y.P. Abrol. Dr. Raghuram has worked very closely with him. I also had the fortune of working with him at least for 8 to 10 years. So he was the person, plant physiologist, who could really perceive the impact of nitrogen at that point of time and of course in years to come. So I wish this conference a great success because we really need the information. We really need the technologies and other information so that we'll be able to talk to the farmers and policymakers. I've got a presentation just after this inauguration, so I'm not going to talk much about it. I do not want to preempt all of you about my presentation, but Dr. Raghuram, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, giving me this opportunity, and of course, giving me a chance to meet all my people, the group with whom I have been associated directly and indirectly for quite some time. Thank you very much and wish you all a very grand conference and very good stay in this university. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your beautiful words and your valuable speech in relation to reactive nitrogen and sustainability. Now, please welcome Dr. David Kenter, esteemed chair of International Nitrogen Initiative and Associate Professor of Environmental Studies at New York University, to share his experience with us.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the 9th International Nitrogen Conference. It is an extreme pleasure to welcome you all here. It's my first conference as chair. My first one attending was just over 10 years ago in Kampala, though I know I was speaking with several of you, and some of you have got your bingo cards of all 9 international nitrogen conferences. So you beat me on that one. A lot of the words of praise have already been said, but I do want to echo a few things. First, to Professor Mahesh Verma for hosting us here. at such a beautiful university and such a new conference center. This was only opened this last year. And so we are incredibly grateful for you hosting us here in such beautiful facilities. Thank you very much. And also, and I know it's been said, but it can't be said enough, to Raghuram and also to his team, his lieutenants, Suhail and Navjoti and the whole team. We came here yesterday afternoon and it was a hive of activity, of testing connections and putting flowers out and building tents, building things out of nothing. And so we are incredibly grateful to you for pulling off something that was not easy to do. We officially decided to host the conference here just over 15 months ago. I don't think there has ever been such a short lead time for any international nitrogen conference. We decided in Madrid in October of 2022. And so the fact that you've been able to pull this off in such a short amount of time, with such adversity against you, from visa issues to programs to getting the venue sorted out. So we are incredibly grateful. And you'll be hearing more from me later, so I will leave it there. But thank you again very much, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Pro. Now I would like to call Dr. Nimisha Sharma, Director of Research and Development Cell, Professor at University School of Biotechnology, and her journey is marked by significant achievement and expertise in molecular biology. Ma'am, please say words.
So very good morning to everyone present here. It is my pleasure to extend a very warm welcome again to all the dignitaries on the dais, as well as all the delegates who've come all the way to be a part of this 9th International Nitrogen Conference, which is being organized in our university. It is indeed an honor and pleasure for our university to be hosting a conference of this nature and stature. Our university is highly committed to teaching and focuses on a seamless amalgamation of research, innovation, and technology with teaching activities so as to excite, engage, and train the students in various upcoming areas of research. Universities are often measured by the research as well as by the researchers they produce. Our university is committed to providing all the requisite support to encourage its faculty members to attain greater heights in their research pursuits. This is being provided through enabling policies for smooth implementation of both extramural as well as intramural grants, different research grant schemes which have been started by the university for its faculty members to take up different areas of research, fellowships that are given to PhD research scholars, travel grants for both faculty and students to be able to present their research work in both national and international conferences, as well as publishing grants apart from various infrastructural support for research to the best possible extent. And of course, these inputs are best justified by the outputs they produce. The university faculty has published almost 2,238 papers in Scopus Index journals, which have been cited almost 12,000 times, and 1672 research articles in Web of Science Index journals, which have received almost 10,000 citations. This is the data for the last 2 years. The H index of the university is 69. The university has released 2 compendiums of the articles published by the university in the last 10 years, which not only reflect the quantity and quality of the research output, but also provide a glimpse into the available expertise and the nature of research that is being undertaken by the different faculty members of the various university schools of study and centers in the Dwarka campus. These shall be on display during the conference. The faculty of this university have research projects worth almost 30 crores in the last 7 years or so. They collaborate extensively with other scientists and faculty in both national and international institutes. There are about 600 research scholars pursuing PhD in approximately 35 different disciplines of study in the university. In addition, the university has established in situ centers of research to encourage research in niche upcoming areas of research. Professor Raghuram Center for Sustainable Nitrogen and Nutrient Management, which has been established in the University School of Biotechnology, is an example of one such center. This center, as we all know, has been carrying out pioneering research in the area of nitrogen use efficiency using rice as a model organism, as is evident by the number of publications from his group over the past few years. We've also recently established another in situ center on sustainable development. The university has recently also established the Atal Incubation Center under the aegis of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, Government of India. This Atal Incubation Center has been registered as a Section 8 company under the aegis of the Indraprasth University and is known as the AIC GGS IPU Foundation, Delhi. This foundation is poised to be a world-class setup, having state-of-the-art facilities for innovation and incubation activities. The University School of Biotechnology was among the first schools established when the university was started in the year 1988-99. The school currently offers programs in BTech Biotechnology, MTech Biotechnology, and PhD in Biotechnology. Its faculty is involved in research in different areas, including functional genomics, proteomics, plant stress signaling, bioactives, bioprocess engineering, bioinformatics, etc. The school was consistently ranked among the top 5 institutions across the country when biotechnology institutions were ranked by different agencies. Without taking any more time, I wish the conference a big success and hope all of you have a wonderful time and enjoy the different sessions organized on different aspects of nitrogen management over the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nimisha, and you are highly appreciated for sharing your knowledge with us. Now, I would like to call our respectable Professor N. Raghuram to felicitate our esteemed guests who have graced us with their knowledge and presence. Please, sir. Firstly, I would like to request our Honorable Padam Shri Professor Dr. Mahesh Verma to receive his token of appreciation. Now, I would like to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, to receive his token of honor. Now, please welcome Dr. David Kenter to receive his token of appreciation. Please welcome Dr. Nimisha Sharma to receive his token of honor. Now, I would like to request our Honorable VC Sir to give honor to our Professor N. Raghuram. Thank you, both of you. Thank you so much.
This whole auditorium was constructed in a short span of 1.5 years. Between the time the concept was conceived and now, we had this whole thing built up in record time only because of the leadership of the service. And in last year, we also received the A++ certification of the university under the National Institution Ranking Framework, which is something that is available to maybe a dozen or two in a country that has more than 1,000 universities. So for a young university of 25 years, to be able to reach to that level requires a kind of leadership that is just actually demonstrated. If a fraction of vice chancellors in this country adopted the kind of enthusiasm that we adopted to work done by one faculty, and the fraction of the policy makers in the country absorb the kind of science countries in great hands.
Before we proceed, let's take this moment to acknowledge organizers, sponsors, volunteers, event managers, and all the contributors who had made this event possible. Now, without any further delay, let's begin with the lecture session, keynote lecture session. Now, I would like to hand over the session to the conference chair, Professor N. Raghuram, for his presentation as well as to conduct the keynote talk.
Thank you very much. It is said that no one can stop an idea whose time has come. I think it's time for evidence-based policy. It's time for nitrogen. It's time for India and the global south. I would say it's also time for our university. So put this conference in context. Bear with me for a few slides. Some of them you may have seen before, but there are also others who are attending this inauguration who are not entirely familiar with the nitty-gritties of the subject that we talk about. So for the benefit of those, we'll just go through it for a few minutes. So as our Vice Chancellor has very eloquently put, and then elaborated by Dr. Himanshu Pathak, balancing global change and sustainability, which is the theme of this conference, the 9th International Nitrogen Conference, is what I'm trying to put into context. Also, in the context of India, the context of South Asia, where we are located, and how this has major implication for the rest of the world. Reactive nitrogen. Nitrogen as a gas is harmless. We breathe nitrogen, 78% of all the air we breathe is nitrogen. It is harmless. But the reactive forms of nitrogen, whether oxidized forms or reduced forms, that cause all the trouble. And they come not only for agriculture or livestock, including manure, urine, etc., but also from vehicular exhausts like NOx, the water bodies that get dissolved compounds like nitrates and ammonium compounds, and the industrial emissions whether power industry or other industries which produce NOx. So this is a part of the major challenge of dealing with reactive nitrogen. As Dr. Pathak had said, in any country of the world, there are probably half a dozen or dozen different departments that have to act in coordination to address this problem of reactive nitrogen. Agriculture, transport, energy, coal, etc. Now, this is just a snapshot. So this is probably not the latest data. You will see the latest data from the presentations in the next couple of days. On the left, the darker the color, the more serious the problem. Okay, so the world map of air pollution on the left by NOx on the top, then nitrous oxide in the middle, and ammonia in the bottom. The three major air pollutants that are a major problem of reactive nitrogen from the point of view of air pollution. The ammonia and the nitrogen dioxide or NOx, they combine in the air under certain atmospheric conditions to produce ammonium nitrate particles, which form up to 40% of the particulate matter, the mysterious particulate matter, PM 2.5, PM5 air pollution, which is only talked about in terms of PM, but nobody tells you what this PM contains and what is that compound in the PM that is most serious hazard for health, for life, and for well-being. So as you can see, there are many hotspots in different parts of the world, including hotspots in India, where we have some of the largest number of cities with the worst level of PM 2.5 pollution in the world. And also for nitrous oxide and ammonia, we are having company with some of the most polluted parts of the world as far as nitrogen is concerned. And this is about water pollution. As you can see, both inorganic nitrogen, which mostly comes from fertilizers or other inorganic nitrogen compounds, dissolved in water bodies, whether groundwater, surface water, or coastal waters. So the red spots you see around the peninsula and the many coastal regions in the world, and also internal red spots, which talk about the surface water bodies, as well as organic nitrogen, which you can see because of the buildup of organic matter, algal depositions, etc. in different parts of the world. Both have become a serious menace. So whether you are interested in air pollution or you're interested in water pollution, reactive nitrogen compounds are a major problem in both. And because we breathe that air and because we consume products produced using these waters, our health, our biodiversity, and the ecosystem services, the livelihoods of fishermen, and the even many tourist spots cease to be tourist spots because the water has turned impossible for tourism, either in terms of look or in terms of smell or in terms of ability to bathe or even to boat. Now bringing into the context of global change and sustainability, of late, many of you probably are aware, and for others, this is the latest update of what is called the planetary boundaries problem. So there is a safe operating margin for the planet Earth, which can tolerate some of the anthropogenic abuses of its functioning. And the number of human caused problems to the sustainability of this planet are only growing. It started with 5, it became 9, and probably more and more new threats to the planet are emerging. Climate change is here. Nitrogen is here. So the farther from the periphery of the safe operating margin any of these things go, the more difficult it becomes to reverse the damage. And the most important recent update from Johan Rockstrom's group, Richardson et al., is that ignoring any one of these threats to the planet Earth makes it very difficult to address the others. So if you think all your climate problem can be handled with carbon, by ignoring nitrogen or phosphorus or land change or biosphere, then your margin for action is limited, your chance of success is limited. So we have no option but to address all of them together so that we can get little improvements in all of them, keep closing from this red zone to the yellow zone and as close to the green zone as we can. And that's the most important challenge. Therefore, how much ever we highlight nitrogen as one of the major factors of, and the next is phosphorus. So the battle of the elements, as you call it, in India, we talk of the 5 elements, Prithvi, Dharti, Akash, all that, fire, earth, sky, all that. But here, this is the battle of a different kind of elements, which we are talking about. And carbon is also an element, and the whole world is gripped trying to talk about how to limit the climate change through carbon. Another very important thing is nitrogen affects not just climate, but a whole lot of other important aspects that threaten the sustainability of this planet. So in the past few years, through the International Nitrogen Management System, and also when we adopted the Berlin Declaration in the last INI conference, we highlighted the fact that each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are impacted by nitrogen directly or indirectly. So if we ignore the role of nitrogen in all these sectors, we have a lot to lose. But if we don't ignore and take the right action at the right time, we have a lot to gain. So what you are unable to do in carbon, you probably might be able to do in nitrogen or vice versa. You've seen this slide on the conference webpage. This is just to tell you that we have gone through a long journey of more than 20 years. INI was established in 2003, and we just completed 20 years a few months ago. So this conference is also very important from that angle. And what I wanted to highlight for you and for those people who come from India and South Asia, that without knowing about the existence of INI, it is the passionate involvement of people like Himanshu Pathak, Professor Abral, who guided all of us, and many of the others, Dr. Adya, Dr. Tiwari, and others who are in this audience, who came together 20 years ago to bring an Indian nitrogen group, asking ourselves the question, after the carbon international intergovernmental process, if the next one comes with nitrogen, are we ready? What have we learned from the experience of carbon that prepares us to act better and faster with nitrogen? At that point, the answer was nothing. Now, the fact that you are here shows that we learned a lot. And we're also contributing to this process. So these are the major milestones of various events that happened in India and South Asia. Later, we came into existence independently under a registered non-governmental organization, and then affiliated ourselves to the International Nitrogen Initiative, became their South Asian partner, and then the rest of the events that happened. And many of our colleagues who have come from the rest of South Asia have been a part of this journey for nearly 18 or 20 years. And some of you may not have seen this, but I love to show our history. From the very early stage, we were not just talking, but we were documenting every initiative that we were doing. The first policy report for the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences highlighted reactive nitrogen. And then on, we kept on coming out with special issues of Indian journals, then an Indian nitrogen assessment. And now we are together contributing to the South Asian nitrogen assessment as a part of a global nitrogen assessment. Some of those highlights that you will hear later in this conference, and the book on global nitrogen assessment will be published later in this year. One of the major achievements of constantly keeping the importance of connecting our science with the society and the governments in mind through these conferences and the declarations these conferences brought about time and again. We also had a Delhi Declaration in 2010. Hopefully, we will have one even in this conference. A major implication of this has been that the United Nations Environment Program, through an article, competing article actually. So they invited different experts to submit different chapters to the annual report of UN Environment Program on various threats to the planet. Mark Sutton, myself, Tapnadia, we put together the nitrogen chapter, and out of 10 chapters that were submitted, 5 were selected, and nitrogen was identified as one of the 5 emerging threats to the planet Earth. And in the same year, same month actually, the first ever United Nations resolution on sustainable nitrogen management was adopted. And from that point, nitrogen challenge has moved from science to policy. And now already there is a UNEP working group on nitrogen that has been established, in which many countries have already appointed their nodal persons, and in a short span of 3-4 years, a process, an intergovernmental process on addressing nitrogen through the UNEP Nitrogen Working Group is now in place. For all practical purposes, you can consider this to be an evolving mechanism of something equivalent to IPCC for nitrogen. At least we are moving in the direction, whatever name we might want to give it. And of course, Sri Lanka, my colleagues are here. They worked hard to bring out a follow-up resolution to further expand some of the points, identify roadmaps, propose the actions on carrying forward the nitrogen resolution. That these are the only 2 resolutions on sustainable nitrogen management in the world, and that both of them have come from South Asia is a matter of great pride for this region of the world. In a region which is usually considered, unfortunately, not very united. But the science is united. Every country in this region, including those experts who are not able to get their visas, are nevertheless there as a part of this conference, whether online or offline. So the universal brotherhood of science is extremely important in this highly divisive world of politics and hate. Just a glimpse about where we are with respect to South Asia. You probably will see this later with some of the presentations. And for others who are looking for a quick take-home message, if you look at the 3 major air pollutants, which I have already shown you on the world map, where does most of the nitrous oxide come? In South Asia, and which also 3/4 of whatever happens in South Asia happens from India. So, and this is also largely true for the rest of the world. 78% of all the nitrous oxide emissions as recently as 2018 come from agriculture, including agricultural soils, for livestock, etc. And 86% of all ammonia emitted in 2018 is estimated to come again from agriculture. But more than 65% of all NOx comes not from agriculture, which is a very small contribution, but from diesel, coal, residue burning, waste burning, transport, and a range of fuel burning activities, including household cooking, etc. And in purely quantitative terms, the global burden of NOx is far higher than each of the other 2. And except parts of Europe and US, most other developing countries and even a few developed countries have not really managed to control the NOx. And it is, as I told you, it is the combination of these 2 that is choking our cities through PM 2.5. So if we have to address reactive nitrogen, we have to address both of them so that they don't eventually become a part of the PM 2.5. Another quick glimpse about the global nitrogen scenario in terms of what we can learn from the traditional cropping patterns and why they've moved away in the last few decades. There's an excellent review by our colleagues, Jagdish Lada. He's expected to come. His flight got delayed. He'll join us later. And Mark Peoples from Australia and many others. This shows the green zone traffic light, signals is the healthy zone, and the red zone is the unhealthy zone in terms of the percentage of global area for three major cereals, and the percentage of that occupied by legumes, all kinds of legumes, major grain legumes in particular, oil seeds and pulses. As you can see, the Americas, including North America, South America, have a fairly healthy ratio of legumes to non-legumes, but you can see East Asia, West Asia, South Asia, Central Asia have very, very low level of legume cultivation. Even Australia, legume cultivation is going down. Legumes are the only crops that can fix atmospheric nitrogen, directly convert them into usable forms of organic nitrogen, from where they support the rest of the food chain in the ecosystem. So all traditional, for 10,000 years, farmers have perfected the art of rotating legumes with non-legumes. Come Haber-Bosch process, come industrial fertilizer, we seem to have neglected, not all parts of the world. Some countries still maintain a very healthy ratio of legumes to non-legumes, but many other countries somehow seems to have interpreted green revolution as cereal revolution. And we live in a country where it is considered the global capital of diabetes, and we produce more cereal than protein. It is also considered to have the worst protein malnutrition, worse than some parts of sub-Saharan Africa, and we produce less protein. So these are important issues even from the health and nutrition point of view for us to seriously think about. And they have to change. How to change them is the question that governments and policymakers, food procurement, pricing, all kinds of things, economics, market mechanisms, they become sometimes more important in catalyzing this change than all our publishing papers and science. And waste is increasingly becoming a very major problem. We see that millions of 65,000 metric tons of nutrients are lost daily in India alone through waste. So you need those nutrients in the cropping system, agriculture system. You actually have them as pollutants in the gutters. And this is something that really needs to be handled. We have a presentation on that from Parl Arshans, who will talk about recovery of nutrients from waste and manufacture fertilizers, and through that reduce the pollution problem that comes from nutrients that become pollutants, and also save fertilizer if possible. Now, just this is the last slide. A quick highlight about this conference. As you know, we have 10 conference sub-themes covering all areas impacted for reactive nitrogen. We have about 200 registered delegates from 30 countries, and about 100 others are expected to join at various stages as guests, visitors, faculty, students, research scholars. 7 keynote lectures in 12 plenary sessions across all the disciplines and sub-themes. Special plenary sessions, for example, we have a fireside chat, we have a special UNEP session, and we have a session on policy panel, which will have policy discussions and also open deliberations with the participants. So that this conference does not just become a monologue, a series of monologues. We have 4 halls for 23 parallel sessions, including this one for the crop session, the next hall on the left, and the room on the right at the end of this corridor, and then E block, another building just a couple of minutes from here, where we have the climate change and other sessions. So today and tomorrow we will use this building as well as the other building, because we have 4 sessions. The third day we only use this building because we have only 3 sessions. So our people will guide you how to reach these different venues. We have put signages, and there are security people and there are volunteers who will guide you to the respective sessions. 21 lead talks from experts in various thematic parallel sessions, and 99 oral presentations in various thematic parallel sessions. 25 oral flash presentations, 5-minute presentations in parallel sessions, mostly by young scientists, PhD scholars, postdocs, early career faculty, and so on. Or some people by choice have wanted to have a flash presentation. And in addition, we have 48 posters in the various poster sessions all over the 3 days, mostly by young scientists and early career scientists, as well as a few senior scientists. Springer, we are thankful to Springer for coming up with Best Presentation Awards or Best Abstract Awards for selected presentations through all the themes of the conference. They will be announced later. And there are opportunities for publications. We are talking to Springer to come out with special issues emerging out of the presentations made of this conference. The journal Physiology, Molecular Biology of Plants, which also I'm the editor-in-chief, and we co-publish it with Springer. That's anyway available for all the plant biology related aspects that come out from this conference. But for all the other non-plant biology aspects, there are other Springer journals which will be very soon announcing special issues. So please watch this space for announcements, for publishing opportunities arising out of the most rigorous best work that comes out in your respective disciplines. And of course, there's an ample opportunity for engagement with people from other disciplines, people from government departments, and people. We expect people also to join us from the various UN agencies in Delhi, UN Environment Program, probably from FAO and others. And we've also invited the science strategies and environment and development experts from various embassies and international organizations in Delhi. I hope some of them will join as we go along. And they will get a lot of opportunity to take home the latest updates of science in their own deliberations of diplomacy. You will get to talk to diplomats and make them understand your science in a manner that they can carry forward their job in representing their governments. Last but not the least, congratulations to INI that has crossed 20 years, and India that has crossed 75 years, and IP University that has celebrated its silver jubilee. The Sustainable India Trust, which is a co-host of this conference, that was established as an extension of the Indian Nitrogen Group to highlight the nitrogen work and the nutrient work, which was earlier being done under a wider umbrella of the Society for Conservation of Nature. So the Sustainable India Trust is a kind of spin-off from the 20-year-old work of Sustainable India Society for Conservation of Nature, and a dedicated trust is established to carry forward this work. And this trust itself is now 10 years old. It was established in 2014. Now we are in 2024. It's a major milestone for this trust, which is also now a UNEP accredited major science technology stakeholder group. So we get information on all the major UNEP activities. Hopefully we will get to go to the 6th UN Environment Assembly later this month. And a trivial addition, I have finished 20 years in this university in 2022, and I have finished 25 years as a faculty of any university in India last year, and I just turned 60. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are already, time is running out. So let's move on with our keynote session. I would like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Himanshu Pathak. Please come on the stage and please deliver your keynote talk. Honorable Dr. Himanshu Pathak, please come.
Oh, yes, please go.
Right, sir?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Raghuram, for highlighting all the developments which have happened so far, and also the structure of this particular conference. You also highlighted about several negative aspects of fertilizer nitrogen. Let me try to rationalize the whole thing. And that's what my topic is, rationalizing nitrogen use for food, income, and environment security. Friends, yeah. So I work for Indian Council of Agriculture Research, which has got 113 research institutes spread across the country. And we have got more than 6,000 scientists working on various aspects of agriculture, including animal husbandry and fisheries. We have got 731 farm science center for demonstration and spreading of the technologies. We also have 76 agriculture universities working on various aspects. This is quite an old organization, established in 1929. And this is one of the largest agri-research organizations of the world, quite large. Now coming back to nitrogen, as I said, that nitrogen is the major driver of food production. If you see this data for India, food production in India and nitrogen use has almost 1:1 relation. Without fertilizer nitrogen, probably we cannot achieve the amount of food grain production, which is more than 330 million tons. It's certainly not possible. So this is just after water, the most limiting factor for food production. And as a result, not only in India, but whole South Asia started using a large amount of nitrogenous fertilizers. If you see that in 1970s, chemical fertilizer constituted only 36% of total nitrogen used in agriculture. But then in the decade of 2010, it increased up to 76%. In general, there has been threefold increase in chemical fertilizer use in this particular region. And this is not only for South Asia, globally also. The scenario is more or less same. There are several budget estimates are available. This one shows the 13 budget estimates, which have been done by several authors for 115 countries for the period of 1961 to 2015. And you can see the kind of changes of application of different forms of nitrogen, be it chemical, organic, and also the kinds of outputs. For example, crop products, leaching, volatilization, and so on. So all of these are down. And then everyone will show you how the scenario has changed. Not only the amount, its economic terms. Again, it is one of the most costliest inputs used in agriculture. If you see the data for India, we really spend a huge amount of money as a subsidy given to the fertilizer companies, and of course, which indirectly goes to the farming community. Since 1991 to 22-23, the fertilizer subsidy in this country has increased by 52 times. And you can see the sharp increase in the last some years, 5-6 years, starting from 2014 and so on. So during 1991, it was only 4,000 plus 1,000 crores Indian rupees. But then in 22-23, it crossed to 2.25 lakh. And 1 million is 10 lakh crore rupees. So that is the amount. Probably you are familiar with this particular diagram. The problem is here. The journey of nitrogen from factory to food is not very efficient journey. It's rather inefficient journey. We generally talk only up to the nitrogen harvested by the crops, which is around 30-35% or maximum 45%. But then when if you go after the consumption level, up to the food or plate, then if you are a vegetarian, you take only 14% of the nitrogen which was produced in factory. So in a factory, when it was produced 100 kg, what actually we consume is only 14 kg. 86% of the total amount which was produced in the factory is lost in the process. And if you are a non-vegetarian, then it's only 4%. 96% of the nitrogen from factory to food is lost in the system. And it goes in all directions, to water, to atmosphere, and so on. Again, we did one analysis of input and output of nitrogen in Indian agriculture. And as you will see, that the loss of nitrogen over the years is increasing in quite large way. And the losses, all of you know, mostly because of volatilization, leaching, denitrification, runoff, and of course, nitrous oxide emission. And Dr. Raghuram gave a very good illustration of how much we are losing and then what is the concentration and from where all those various reactive forms of nitrogen are coming. So this is on an average, how much is the loss from fertilizer nitrogen. So that was for India. This analysis for South Asia. Again, the picture could be more or less same. If you see the last bar, balance, you will find that earlier it was a negative balance. We are applying less compared to what was taken out by the crops and so on. But now we are applying more than what is actually taken up by the crops. So we are moving towards a positive balance. And positive means it is going to be lost from the system. Nitrogen is a very, very mobile and very, very dynamic. It is not going to remain in soil. If it is not used by the crop, if it is not taken up by the crop, it will be lost from the system. Either it will be leached out, it will be volatilized, it will be denitrified, it will be runoff, and of course, causing several problems to water pollution, to global warming, climate change, and so on. So this is the scenario now. Nitrous oxide, of course, nowadays we talk a lot about climate change, and nitrous oxide is the second most important greenhouse gas causing global warming and climate change. And again, you can see the trend of emission of nitrous oxide and in its concentration in the atmosphere over the years. And it is really increasing and increasing in a big cut. The whole discussion, the concerns are, we know that it is being lost by various forms. So how to reduce the loss? In India as well as in South Asia, most of our nitrogen fertilizers are in the form of urea. And the moment we apply urea in soil, it is again quite fast hydrolysis. So within around say 48 or maximum 72 hours, most of the nitrogen in urea will be hydrolyzed, converting itself into ammonium and then further to nitrate. And the crop is not going to take up all of it. So it is going to be left in the soil and subsequently lost. So what are the ways by which we can reduce the loss? One is to slow down the process of urea hydrolysis. And that can be done by application of urease inhibitor. Several studies are being conducted for last at least 30-40 years, but so far we could not get a cheap, a simple inhibitor which can do this job for us. This is the first part. The second part is once ammonium has been formed, it will be converted into nitrate by the process of nitrification. And then nitrate is of course taken up by the. So can we slow down the second step, the nitrification? And again, several studies have been conducted. Some success we could achieve. For example, in this country, we use a locally available material derived from a tree, neem tree. And then nowadays, 100% of fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer in this country is coated with neem. So neem coated urea, probably all of you have heard about it. That actually contains the nitrification inhibitor. It slows down the process of nitrification. And by doing that, it increases the efficiency of nitrogen by around 10%. So this could be the other way. There could be several other ways which I should mention. But before I proceed, let me also tell you, it is not always a problem of excess of nitrogen. Of course, excess of nitrogen is a problem. But even there are many places in this world and also in India where we are applying less or no fertilizer. And that is also a cause of concern. Because if we do not apply nitrogen, which is one of the most limiting nutrient in soil, so that means the plant is going to mine it from the soil, and the soil is going to be depleted and depleted and depleted, and it is going to be degraded at some point of time. So overuse and also underuse. Both are problematic. So we have to optimize it. We have to rationalize it if we really want to make it profitable, productive, and also sustainable. No application of nutrient or nitrogen is also not sustainable. And at the same time, excess or overuse of nitrogen is also not sustainable. So we have to find a balance, and that's what this whole conference is going to discuss. In agriculture, let me tell you, if we really have to find a solution, we really have to take the whole chain into consideration. Not only soil part, not only agronomy. It has to start from genotype selection. And fortunately, now we are working to develop some varieties which are more efficient in taking up nitrogen. So nitrogen efficient varieties. Then, of course, soil and fertilizer management, very crucial because that's where all the chemical process take place. Water and agronomy. It is not only management of nitrogen, but also management of water. All the movement of nitrogen takes place through this process of water. And then, of course, whole farming system, including livestock, fisheries, and management of other inputs. And then, of course, policy. Very, very crucial. So if we have to address the challenge, then we have to address all of this, starting from variety till the policy at state as well as national. And at the same time, we have to use new and new technologies. And we are fortunate that in every area, we have got some very modern and emerging technologies. So to solve problem of nitrogen, traditional as well as modern science, modern technologies need to be used. Just I'll give you two examples of how the efficiency of nitrogen can be increased. There are some very basic solutions, and of course, there are solutions which really need new science, new technology. Developing inhibitors, as I mentioned. Neem-coated urea is one of the successful cases, but then the first part, inhibition or slowing down the process of urea hydrolysis is still on the offering. I will give one or two examples there. Then, of course, organic farming, integrated nutrient management, nature-friendly farming. There are several names of this, but then certainly those will help in reducing the application of chemical nitrogenous fertilizers. Judicious use of nitrogen as per the requirement of the crop, as per the fertility or health of the soil, not going indiscriminate use. And then, of course, new tools like fertigation, sensors, artificial intelligence, drones, and several others to make the application more efficient, to apply where it is required in a quantity which is right for that particular crop at that particular stage. And all of this makes the balanced use of nitrogen. We all know about these 4 R's: right source, right rate, right time, right place. In many places we are trying to do that, but then several things are yet to be done. And if we can manage all these 4 R's, certainly the efficiency of nitrogen will increase. Just one or two examples how integrated nutrient management can help in increasing nitrogen use efficiency. If we simply apply organic manure and of course in combination with chemical fertilizers, then not only yield, but also nitrogen use efficiency and also soil health, particularly organic carbon content of soil, all will be improved. So wherever organic manure is available, do not waste it. You need to apply that with the chemical fertilizer in an integrated way. So that is one of the practices, and almost all the countries are following it for a long, long time. Then, of course, it comes with other kinds of systems. So that was the rice, and then it is in case of maize wheat system or rice wheat system, and everywhere the scenarios are same. If you adopt integrated nutrient management, efficiency, yield, both are going to increase and loss is going to be. But of course, if you can shift to biological nitrogen fixation, and Dr. Vikram also mentioned about that, then suddenly it is really win-win situation. And there are again good number of studies on that, if we can shift to that. But then the whole amount of chemical fertilizer cannot be replaced by this, cannot be replaced by even organic manure also. So we really need to go for integrated use of imbalanced use. Applying only nitrogen is certainly not going to increase nitrogen use efficiency. This shows when we apply nitrogen alone, then it is quite low. If we apply nitrogen and phosphorus, it improves. And if you apply nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, it further improves. And if you apply micronutrient, if it is deficient in your soil, then certainly it is going to be even better. So this balancing of all the nutrients, not only applying only one, will be very, very useful for enhancing nitrogen use efficiency. This is one study which we've been doing using some urease inhibitors. And here you can see again that when you apply this, then the loss is less and efficiency of applied nitrogen, particularly urea, is better. A new and very good development is nano urea or nano nitrogen. Now we have got nano DAP and so on. It spreads on the canopy of the plant, and when you apply it, then its efficiency is quite large. And then what we are now trying to do is apply nano urea using some modern equipments and tools. So now we have got some kind of sensor to assess the fertility of soil, and then using drone, which will use the sensor to know the fertility status of that soil and also the requirement of the crop, and then the amount exactly what is required for that particular crop at that particular stage will be spread on the crop. And when you do that, then the efficiency of nitrogen increases up to 70-80%. But this can be done only at the top dressing stage, not at the basal dressing stage. So at least 2 or 3 applications of fertilizer nitrogen for crops like wheat, rice, and maize, and of course for sugarcane it could be even more, can be done using this. And now drone is going to be one of the very major technologies and tools being used in agriculture in this country. Of course, as you all know that since 1970 or even when we have started applying fertilizer, the recovery efficiency of nitrogen has gone down. It has gone down in a very drastic way. But then if you see the plateauing of this particular graph, the lowest one, so it was coming down and down, but since 2000, around 9-10 or so, it is almost flat and started increasing. And this is the data for India. What I want to show over here is that, of course, it was going down. It has to be improved. But then with all the tools and technologies which I just mentioned, could really stop the further decline of recovery efficiency. Now rather it is improved. And if we adopt all those tools and technologies, certainly it is going to be far better and better in times to come. Friends, before I conclude, just few basic points for rationalizing and balancing use of nitrogen is better fertilizer. I gave one of the examples. Urease inhibitor could be one which will help tremendously for increasing efficiency of urea fertilizer. Balanced fertilization, application of NPK, not nitrogen alone, integrated crop management, nutrient management, and so on. And then, of course, tool of soil health, including sensors, and nitrogen application like drones, which is now coming in a very big way in this country and many other places. But then to put all of these things into practice, we really need science-backed policy and awareness. Though nitrogen is being applied all over the world, in this country also for the last at least 7 decades or maybe 8 decades, but then awareness is still limited among the farmers and also with the policymakers. And probably your conference and all of you who are working in the area of nitrogen, your help will be required to increase that awareness, to convince the policymakers of what is good and what is bad for nitrogen to make it sustainable. Friends, just to conclude, as we all know that fertilizer nitrogen has been a major driver of agricultural production, and it will continue to be so. Whatever you say, nitrogen fertilizer is going to be here, and it is going to contribute for food security and nutrition security in many decades to come. But non-judicious use of fertilizer, as we all know, has adverse economic and environmental implications, which certainly need to be addressed. Loss of nitrogen is also quite high, as efficiency 35 to maximum 40%, which should be reduced, not for fertilizer aspect, but also for economic, environmental, as well as social considerations. Technologies are available, and of course, many are emerging also. I just gave few examples, and of course, in 3 days of deliberations, you will be discussing many more technologies, many other approaches and strategies and so on. But what is the need is to have low-cost bioformulations and integration of modern as well as traditional practices. Some of the practices which can really increase nitrogen use efficiency are being practiced for decades, for centuries. We really need to integrate them with the modern science, with the modern technologies. And we also need a strong national international collaborations for technological support, for policy, and of course, upscaling. And this is a perfect example, this particular conference, of how all these collaborations, the partnerships of international community can be made. With this, once again, thank you all very much for giving me this excellent opportunity of sharing some of my thoughts and wish the conference a grand success. Thank you very much, all of
you. Thank you very much, sir. Such a wonderful and the beautiful and the informative presentation in relation to the sustainable nitrogen management in agriculture sector. Now, moving on, I would like to call upon our respectable Dr. David Porter to deliver his keynote lecture.
Hello again, everyone. I'm well aware that I am the thing between you and a coffee break, so I will try to keep the next 86 slides brief. I'm going to be talking to you briefly, I promise, about future directions for nitrogen research, particularly at this watershed moment in nitrogen policy, which has happened actually quite quickly and has gained momentum rapidly, and that has implications for the kind of science we do as we try to bridge this gap between very high ambition policy targets and that gap between the ambition and implementation. Yeah. Thank you very much. So the central points, I&I has been a major convener of the global nitrogen community. I've said for 25 years now, officially, as Raghuram says, it is a 20-year-old institution. I'm going back to the first nitrogen conference back in 1998, but obviously I&I was not created until 2003. The rising policy ambition that we've seen, especially with the emergence of the goal of halving nitrogen waste by 2030, is a call to action for the nitrogen research community in the kinds of research and science we do. And that I truly believe that I&I can build on its platform as a successful convener of research and science in a way that many scientific communities have not been able to do as successfully as we have, and become a catalyst for new policy relevant research. So I&I as a major convener, we have had, this is the 9th International Nitrogen Conference, as I said, over 25 years. And we have been able to create a unique community that actually doesn't really respect the traditional boundaries that scientific conferences have. We tend to organize conferences and our universities and our fields of study by discipline: biology, chemistry, economics, etc. Nitrogen, as we know, cuts across all those disciplines. And the foresight of those that created this community was to create a conference and a network of scientists and stakeholders that were able to cross those boundaries, because that was the only way we were going to be able to create a more integrated scientific approach to studying this problem and to act on it. This is a screenshot of, I'm very proud to say, the new I&I website. If you go to initrogen.org, it is a newly designed website. And if you have any funding opportunities or events or research opportunities that you would like advertised, please let us know. We also have the operations manager of I&I, Eden Thornton, here, who will be around. And for those of you, some of you have already met her, and we will be. And so I&I is very proud to have this new website. But in addition to being a major convener through its conferences, it has also been a driver both as an organization, but also through the many experts that are here in moving forward the scientific conversation and also the policy conversation. So we've obviously either been directly or indirectly involved or contributed to a number of assessments, which are really the authoritative way, the single most, I would say, effective way of scientists communicating with the policy world, right? Hundreds of scientists coming together to distill the latest science on a particular topic. And in that case, we've been incredibly successful. And we're going to have an event, later this event, to share some of the emerging messages from the first international nitrogen assessment as well. We've also, I&I has spearheaded several international scientific initiatives with relations to policy, whether it be INMS, the South Asia Nitrogen Hub, the Nitrogen Footprint, and we're also obviously deeply involved in science policy dialogues, whether it be with the Task Force on Reactive Nitrogen or the Global Partnership on Nutrient Management. So I&I has, from its founding, been concerned with translating the work of this community to not just policymakers, but all stakeholders that have an interest and involvement in this field. What has changed, obviously, over the past just 5 years is this ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030. And just to be clear, when we talk about nitrogen waste, we're essentially talking about all the nitrogen that does not end up in its intended use. And that includes N2 in the atmosphere, even though obviously it is a benign form of nitrogen loss, it is still a form of nitrogen loss that doesn't end up where we intended it for it to end up. And in just a short span of 5 years, and there is no historical confirmation of this, but I am going to claim that we came up with this idea of the halving nitrogen waste in a small conference room at NYU in January of 2018, in a scenarios workshop where we were developing new scenarios for nitrogen. And one of the topics of conversation was, what would a target for nitrogen look like? The equivalent of a 1.5 or 2 degrees target that we have for climate for nitrogen. And that's where this target emerged. And then since then, there has been a very quick policy timeline, as was noted, nitrogen resolution that was passed at UNEA in 2019 that was spearheaded by Indian scientists and policymakers that was so crucial in getting this topic on the international policy agenda, which was then confirmed in October of 2019 with the Colombo Declaration, which was the first mention in a policy document of this declaration. It was also embodied in the European Union's Farm to Fork strategy. One of the 4 pillars of that strategy of transforming the European food system is to halve nutrient losses to the environment by 2030 and subsequently reduce synthetic fertilizer rates by 20%. There was a subsequent UNEA resolution in 2022, which called for significant reductions in nitrogen losses, and also discussions now towards the establishment of potentially an intergovernmental coordination mechanism and the establishment of the nitrogen working group, and again, the involvement of many I&I experts in that endeavor. And also the latest Global Biodiversity Agreement, which Target 7, again, along with pesticide, includes an explicit target to halve nutrient losses to the environment by 2030. And I can say for each of these points in the timeline, which has occurred, again, very rapidly in the context of international policy, it doesn't exactly move at lightning pace, I&I has been involved. Its experts and the science that its community has produced have been central to moving this conversation along. And yet, with this huge ambition to halve the amount of nitrogen that we are releasing to the environment every year by 2030, there are gaps between translating that ambition into action. And just to highlight a few, this is not a comprehensive list. In terms of data and indicators, we obviously need reliable, intercomparable data and indicators to measure national and global progress towards meeting our goals. So there has been calls for national action plans on nitrogen, ensuring that we're able to measure confidently and effectively baselines, national baselines, and then progress towards achieving national targets, and everything from measuring better nitrogen losses at the field level. I know in conversations about, for example, nitrous oxide, there are desires from civil society and others for for more accurate measurements of nitrous oxide at the field and landscape level. So that is an important area of focus if we want to make an important contribution as science towards implementing these policy targets. When it comes to governance, and it is a selfish plug for my own talk later in the conference, but we do need more creative policy approaches in the face of these ambitious targets. And also we're facing increasing number of shocks in terms of fertilizer price spikes. We saw that with the war in Ukraine, for example, with a tripling of fertilizer prices in a very short amount of time, exposing the vulnerability of our global food system to these kind of geopolitical crises. And at the same time, resistance. There are protests increasing around the world to more environmentally ambitious, especially agricultural policies, and how we communicate that, and how the kind of science we do, and how the kind of policies that we create that are, at least to date, really narrowly focused on farmers, and expanding that to the broader agri-food system, to the forces that ultimately influence and the systems that ultimately influence what farmers do, I think is very important. When it comes to climate, obviously, as we all know, nitrogen is an important contributor to climate change. What is perhaps less well studied and understood is the implications of decarbonization for nitrogen. Several strategies that we've outlined towards decarbonizing the global economy, whether it be a transition to green ammonia, whether it be biofuels, whether it be increased storage of carbon in our soils, have a huge role for nitrogen. And but it is not part of that conversation as much as it should be. In addition, the national climate plans, the NDCs that are often put forward, nitrous oxide is often, apart from being included in a broad basket of gases, there are rarely explicit targets with regards to nitrous oxide. The only country I know that has explicit N20 targets for climate is Uruguay. And then finally, this cuts across all of these gaps, but communication failures across disciplines, across fields, and between scientists and stakeholders, and that is something we need to get better at as a community, and that involves also training not just the next generation of scientists, but ourselves in how we communicate with the policy world and other stakeholders. One really important element of this is integrating social science and the humanities from the outset of the research that we do. I know for many of us, when we think about social sciences, the first specific discipline we think about is economics. When you look at some of the statistics, for example, for the IPCC, 2/3 of the social scientists involved in the IPCC are economists, right? And that, on the face of it, makes sense because economists speak most closely the same language to natural scientists, right? But social sciences are obviously a much broader field, and you include the humanities as well. And the social sciences should not just be involved at the tailpipe of research in terms of being the kind of NOx catalyst at the end of our research. They should be involved in the framing of the questions that we ask. And there are really important questions that need to be asked when it comes to the social sciences, and including them in the work that we do. There's a long list that I won't go through, but focusing in, for example, just on at the national scale here, and in terms of the kind of questions that social science could be helping us to ask, and could be more integrated with the natural sciences, in terms of how to create more holistic, comprehensive, coherent nitrogen policy that reduces the risk of pollution swapping, how to best measure policy efficiency and effectiveness, how to develop systems that more efficiently recycle N. And that involves social science disciplines, some of which have been involved in this community, others which have yet to be involved. And I'm really grateful to the organizers for having sessions that explicitly involve the social sciences, and we need to continue to build on that in future conferences and workshops and webinars and events to ensure that we really develop a more comprehensive understanding and inclusion of the social science. And it also, by including them, and this will help move beyond some of the tools that we use that perhaps unwittingly constrain us in the kind of questions we ask. I remember when we were at the scenarios workshop that I mentioned earlier in New York, and we were developing these new scenarios, and we were thinking about the potential for more transformative change, whether it be better livestock and crop integration, or new forms of meat production, right, or changes in lifestyle. And part of those discussions was constrained by the tools that were implementing these scenarios, right? We have some of the best models, integrated assessment models that simulate nitrogen flows and pollution and loss, right? But they are also inevitably limited in the kinds of questions that we can ask them. And sometimes that limits then the kind of options and strategies and actions that we can evaluate, right? And so that is something that, again, the social science, that is a long-term, obviously, process in terms of changing models. But when it comes to at least having social scientists in the room and other humanities experts in the room to be able to ask those questions and expand our purview of what it means to ask these kind of questions. In terms of fostering the next stage of research, whether it be to some suggestions, right, which are open discussion I'm happy to talk about with all of you. I think it would be really interesting to develop international interdisciplinary working groups organized around research gaps to develop clear roadmaps for future research. I think these conferences are already, I've had individual conversations, but if we can formalize those conversations of creating a market for new ideas, and I'm really excited that, again, the organizers decided to have these research agenda discussions on the last day of the conference, which will be devoted to, across the different conference sub-teams, thinking about what are some of the questions and some of the research directions we want to go in as a community across these different fields. And I think we have just a unique opportunity. We don't get together that often. And this is a unique opportunity. We have all these different disciplines and regions represented to have those really important conversations. And I also think we should create more opportunities, young and more established scientists, to experience different policy forums, whether it be in explicit policy fellowships, whether it be serving in science advisory bodies, but again, getting experience in communicating with different types of stakeholders and the kinds of needs that they have and the kinds of data that they want, which I think in turn will hopefully create a virtuous cycle in terms of the science that we produce. So, in short, that I&I can build on its role as a successful convener of research and become a catalyst for innovative and policy-relevant research to help meet these ambitious goals. So, my charge to you, if I can be so bold as to ask for a charge, is to first, obviously, enjoy this beautiful conference that has been put on, but maybe go to a session or at least a talk that is completely outside your field and talk with a new scientist or a new researcher that you haven't met before whose research is completely outside your field. And when you come to the research agenda discussions on the final day, come ready with ideas for where we might be going in terms of these future research directions. This is a photo of the group photo from the Kampala Nitrogen Conference, which was the first one that I went to. As I mentioned, I was 12 years old. It was a beautiful time. And very excited that just over 10 years later, we're again together in Delhi. So just to recap the central points here, that I&I has been this major convener. We have this opportunity now to move forward in really exciting directions for nitrogen science, and I believe I&I can be central to that. And the final thing I just want to point out is that, so at the last time that the I&I conference was held in Delhi, the chair of I&I at that time was Cheryl Palm, who most recently was a professor at the University of Florida. And she tragically passed away a couple of weeks ago. And from a short illness, but I knew her personally. She was my postdoc advisor, and she worked tirelessly in terms of studying, when it comes to nitrogen, a really understudied part of the world, sub-Saharan Africa, and more broadly, the transition to sustainable agriculture. She was incredibly kind and inclusive, and I am thinking about her as we do this conference. I'm sure she would have loved to be here and to be part of these conversations. So thank you very much, and let's all have a cup of coffee.
Thank you very much, David, for such an inspirational presentation in relation to the policy implications of the reactive nitrogens with respect to our future actions. Now, moving on, I would like to give some important instructions. Immediately after tea break, there will be 4 panel sessions in 4 different halls. In the main auditorium, we will be here itself. We will be having a session on the crop production. Then there will be another session in seminar hall in auditorium complex with theme soil health. Then the third session will be in conference room in auditorium complex with theme society and the governance. And the last will be in seminar hall in E block with theme climate change. The volunteers will guide all the chairs to their designated halls. In every halls, there is a team of 4 to 5 members to assist all the presenters And each and every presenter is highly requested to please upload their presentations before starting each session in their designated halls. So, moving further on, if there is any fire emergency, so please use main entrance of the hall and assemble in the open space. As our campus is a smoking-free campus, so please avoid smoking within the campus. For any health emergency, please contact registration desk. As we are avoiding the use of single-use plastics, so water dispensers has been placed at different places. So kindly fill your bottles and use them. And our Indian electrical plugs, for information, they works on 2220 volts. Thank you so much. Now I will hand over the mic to my colleague Suhana to head the session.
May I kindly request your attention for a moment of collective honor and unity. We will now commence and proceed by standing for national anthem. Please stand up as we pay tribute to our nation. Kindly sit down. We appreciate your presence in the inaugural session. Your active participation is crucial for the success of this event. As we look forward to insightful discussions and engaging sessions throughout the day, let the knowledge sharing continue in your designated halls. Before we proceed further, I would like to acknowledge our partners and sponsors, INI, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Sustainable India Trust, Lifestyle for Environment, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, UKRI, GCRF, South Asian Nitrogen Hub, ICAR, IFCO, Pivot Bio, and Springer. Kindly join us for high tea and at the food court in the auditorium complex prior to proceeding to your designated halls.
Presentation.
Can you check the next session and the first speaker? One of my talks already there. It should be there. Just want to know whether it's there. I sent it by email yesterday, but I don't know whether you got it.
Sure.
This one.
We have got.
You got that?
This is my third one.
International Conference, the 9th International Nitrogen Conference, themed crop production. Here the scientists from all over the world gather, fostering the exchange, the ideas, inspiration, and collaborative efforts to shape a sustainable future. We are thrilled to embark on this intellectual journey together. Esteemed attendees, myself, Dr. Supriya Kumari, and my colleague Suhana Mishra, we will assist you in this hall. It's a pleasure to welcome you back to the conference hall where the focal theme is crop production.
Our session for today promises a diverse range of insight featuring 7 engaging talks. We will confer with a lead talk, a comprehensive exploratory lasting for 15 minutes, followed by an interactive session of 5 minutes. Also, the subsequent oral talks, each lasting for 10 minutes, with an additional 5 minutes allotted for the question and answer. The session will further include oral flash talk of 3 minutes, followed by 2-minute interaction for questions.
Also, I would like to introduce that Mr. Ashu Tyagi will be work as a rapporteur for this session. And I'm thrilled to announce that our lead talk will be given by distinguished Dr. Akim, ensuring a capitative start of our session. Without further delay, I would like to request Dr. Robert Rees and Dr. Surekha Kuchi to please co-chair the session. I would also request Dr. Robert Rees to please co-chair the session.
Maybe he will join later.
Maybe he is not here, so he will join later on. I think we should proceed with the session because we are getting late. A request to all presenters, please keep in mind the time limit because we have very limited time for each of the presentation. As my colleague has already mentioned, there will be 20 minutes for a lead talk. This includes 15 plus 5 minutes. Oral talk will be of 15 minutes. This will be 10 plus 5 minutes. 5 minutes will be for question answer, interaction with the audience, and oral flash will be of 5 minutes only. So please keep in mind the time limit so that we can proceed for the sessions on time. Thank you.
Okay, good morning to you all. It's already crossed 12 noon. So let us start immediately. And now I request the first speaker, for lead talk, Dr. Akim Dabawan, to give a talk on a global reference database of cropland nutrient burden and nutrient use efficiency. Thank you.
That one on the left. Okay. Good afternoon, I guess I have to say. But David, in his talk this morning, just mentioned that one of the gaps is that we need more reliable intercomparable data from a national to global scale. So this talk is a contribution to this effort. And our goal is to improve national average estimates of nutrient inputs, outputs, balances, and deficiencies at a global level. And we got together nearly 2 years ago as a group of people who are interested in this subject. And then since then, this group has grown to about 20 people. Some of them are in the room here today or online. And they represent different organizations who have in the past worked on this problem or are now working on this. So we're essentially a community of people who makes voluntary contributions to this effort. And I think this is a program that will last for many years to come. And it's also managed through FAO, who then are responsible for making the data available as part of their role to provide global statistics for agriculture and environment. Just to make it very clear what we're talking about here, in the Scientific Panel for Responsible Plant Nutrition, we recently published an issue brief in which we discuss different types of nutrient use indicators, fertilizer indicators, crop indicators, or system indicators. So what I'll be talking about here is strictly related to system indicators. So things such as nutrient input-output balance and nutrient use efficiency calculated from the inputs and outputs. I'm not talking about fertilizer indicators or others, which is a different subject. So strictly speaking, we're dealing here with the lower left part of the nutrient cycle. So when you look at the nutrients cycling through the whole agro-food system, you obviously have the consumption side at the end, and also different loss mechanisms or waste streams and recycling opportunities. So we primarily deal here with the data that I'm showing with cropland, or arable crops and other crops. We're not including grassland yet, but that's another subject that we'll probably hope to expand on. And what we concentrate on here are statistically sound national averages, which we can then aggregate up to regional estimates or global estimates. And of course, perhaps the most important valuable information comes from the trends over time that we can observe with this. When you then attempt this, you typically have the input-output calculations shown on the left side. So in our work, we explicitly deal with the inputs that are shown in the red circle, fertilizer, manure, deposition, and biological nitrogen fixation. And on the output side, we take into account the nutrients removed with the crop product, not explicitly get what is left as residues or removed as residues. And we're also not explicitly accounting for gaseous and leaching losses, although we also report on those. So the nutrient balance is then inputs minus outputs, and the efficiency is outputs divided by inputs. And these are, in strict sense, partial nutrient balances, and we can't calculate those at the country level. The problem with these things is, as you probably know, is that widely varying estimates have been published in the past. They result from different methodologies and assumptions, particularly coefficients that are used in different steps of the algorithms. They also have in common that there's generally big data gaps or lack of data standardization. And then, of course, how you interpret this in terms of the levels that you hope to achieve in a country or should achieve, or other conclusions from a policy point of view is another matter. So these are some of the issues that we're trying to address in our work. I don't know if we can remove this bar on top here. I don't really like this. Okay. So we really aim to, on one side, make everything more transparent and accessible, and also create platforms for data sharing. We work on improving coefficients, tier 1, 2, and in the future also tier 3 coefficients for different components of the budget. We have a number of projects going on in which we actually collect new data, better data, and FAO then plays the role to bring it all together and publish it annually as what we call a reference database for these things. And we also then like to promote this. For example, FAO hopes to establish this also then as the basis for SDG targets 2.41 indicators related to nitrogen use efficiency. We've released a first version of that very quickly in November 22, and the last version just went online a few months ago. So what we report here are input-output balances efficiencies for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. I'm only showing nitrogen today, but we have the other two nutrients too. We use consolidated EFA and FAO fertilizer consumption statistics and have made a number of improvements in terms of the estimates for different fractions and coefficients that basically represent the latest in terms of what has been published in the scientific literature. We also created an online platform that I advise you to visit if you are interested in this, in which we particularly wanted to encourage open access to data. So there you can access data that have been submitted by others already, freely, but you can also submit your own data. We have, for example, one thematic database on crop nutrient concentrations, which we use then to calculate removal estimates, but we're also creating other thematic data resources there that hopefully make it easy for people to share more data, because we believe that a lot more is possible in this space. And we don't require specific data formats. We do the work for you to then ingest and standardize and harmonize this data, also with the help of artificial intelligence algorithms. The details of the database and methodology can be found in this paper, which was just published in Earth System Science Data just a couple of weeks ago. It's still the first version of the 2020. As I said, we've just released another version, but online more information will already be available on the new version too. You can access everything, all the data, and also create visuals yourself on the FAO.domain cropland nutrient balance. So if you Google cropland nutrient balance FAO or something like that, or enter that link down there, you will get to this, and it's the same interface that you use like an FAO stat. So let's look at some of the results, just to give you an indication of what you get there, what you can do with this. So here is the global nitrogen budget and nitrogen use efficiency in million tons of nitrogen for 1961 to 2021. And what we can see there, obviously, is the green line on top, where our nitrogen inputs have increased about fourfold during this period in million tons. The blue line shows the output, which is also significantly increased in terms of crop removal. The yellow line is the average the balance on an annual basis, which is hovering around 80 million tons a year now. A surplus on a global scale, and nitrogen use efficiency has actually risen from a low of 43% in the late 1980s to now 55%. So that's a good sign. It's increasing. But it's probably not increasing fast enough. But in the industry, in IFA, we actually believe that a target of 70% nitrogen use efficiency by 2040 should be achievable. But to achieve this, the rate of increase needs to be a little bit faster than what we've had in recent years. We've also compared our new estimates with those that have been previously published. In the Earth System Science Data, you can find more information with that. We compared this with 12 previous studies. You can see those graphs on the right. The conclusion from that is that our estimates of nitrogen use efficiency are a little bit higher than previously published, particularly in recent years. And the main reason for that is that our nitrogen removal estimates are higher than what has previously been assumed. So, but on balance, it shows similar trends, but the absolute values are somewhat better than what had previously been thought. Now, the issue is, of course, as you well know, that despite the global average progress that has been made, there are huge regional differences that are illustrated here. And now the nitrogen surplus expressed in kilograms nitrogen per hectare cropland. Black line showing the global average, which is hovering around 50 to 55 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And in general terms, the different world regions are converging towards that number. We've seen a significant decline in Asia in recent years, which is largely the effect of China. We've seen a continued decline of the surplus in Europe, but we also see increases in the Americas and of course a slow increase in regions that have had very little nitrogen use so far, particularly in Africa. So big regional differences that obviously need to be taken into account. I'm going to show this in a bit more detail now for 5 or 6 country combinations, just to give you the general idea. There's always 2 lines in this graph. The blue line shows the nitrogen surplus per hectare cropland in kilograms of nitrogen, and the orange line shows the nitrogen use efficiency. So we start with West Africa. The message there is we have a nitrogen balance which is essentially neutral, which, considering the losses that we don't account for, means it's negative. And we have had now a history of 60 years of unsustainably high nitrogen use efficiency, which reflects soil nitrogen mining. And so we have a low input, low output soil nutrient mining situation affecting about 500 million people. And nothing has fundamentally changed there. Although in recent years you could argue a little bit more nitrogen input is coming into place. We go to Brazil, and we see there a country that now in recent years has developed a rising nitrogen surplus. The nitrogen use efficiency is still very high, also because of the high proportion of soybean in the cropping mix. But we would probably say it's a country that we now need to watch because in certain situations of intensive agriculture, the surplus is now probably going into levels which are becoming too high. If we move to India, and you've seen some of this morning already, I think it's fair to say it's the only major country in the world where the intensification of agriculture has happened and fertilizer use has gone to very high levels, but where also there has been no progress in nitrogen use efficiency for about 40 years, and the nitrogen surplus in cropland sector and agriculture continues to rise. It's now about 100 kilograms per hectare, and there's no sign for any improvement. And I think the effect of policies in India, particularly the high fertilizer subsidies, essentially create a lack of incentive to do much better in terms of efficiency, and we see this unfortunately reflected in the balance and efficiency data. China, on the other hand, has now finally changed course. It used to have some of the highest nitrogen surpluses in the world, as you can see. But the change in policies nearly 10 years ago has clearly shown results. Though we now have a rapid decline of the surplus, it's still too high, it's still very high.
Sir,
But the average nitrogen use efficiency, I know. Average nitrogen use efficiency is now actually approaching closer to the global average. So it's a success story. In Europe, things are converging in a, I think, general trend that means still a somewhat declining surplus and increasing efficiency. But we also know that this is very diverse among countries and systems in those countries, and there's still room to improve nitrogen use efficiency in Europe too. And lastly, the United States continues to be an exception in the sense that it has high nitrogen use efficiency that continues to increase steadily, and the overall balance continues to decline a little bit too, and is relatively low. That also reflects, of course, the high proportion of soybean in the crop mix, and there are, of course, local hotspots and opportunities in the United States too. So, in general terms, these results reflect the general trajectory of nitrogen use efficiency that most countries go through as they intensify agriculture, improve technologies and policies. So we see Africa still on the left end of this with inefficiencies reflected in soil nutrient mining and low yields. We see India at the bottom of it in terms of no clear sign of improved efficiencies, whereas other regions are moving up on the curve towards better efficiency as a result of technologies and policies. So very, very quick summary of all that. We have a fairly steady global balance a surplus of about 50 to 55 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare during the last 15 years, but it regionally varies widely. We have an increase in efficiency, but we need to do better to achieve 70% by 2040. China is providing an example for progress that can be made, and I'm hoping that someday this will also happen in India. And we need to clearly do something about the widespread nutrient mining that happens in sub-Saharan Africa, not just for nitrogen, but also phosphorus and potassium, for example. We are going to make further improvements in this effort, particularly expanding it to all agricultural land, not just cropland, better coefficients for removal, but also manure and nitrogen fixation, more explicit accounting for those mechanisms that we haven't really explicitly included yet, and we also work on different data sources that could hopefully improve estimates, and at some point may want to go to sub-national scale. We welcome any help, so people who want to validate this data for their country or have interesting data or methodologies to share, please come forward. Everyone who wants to volunteer can be part of our group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any quick clarifications you can want?
Thank you. I think it's a really nice presentation. It's great to see those data sets coming together, particularly the different storylines summarizing with really clear messages. Right at the end, however, you showed us a concept diagram with increasing efficiency, changing balance. I found the concept diagram interesting because it only showed a very limited reduction in fertilizer use.
Yeah.
And my question is, I would have thought potentially you can have a bigger reduction in fertilizer use if you've got those big increases in efficiency you're looking at. Is there a particular reason for that? Is it because you're expecting the expanding world population to require more and more? What's your argument for that?
As you say, it's a concept diagram, which in an earlier version actually appeared in Jin Zhang's paper in 2015. So the lines are drawn by hand. They're not real numbers. So it would be interesting to redraw this with real global numbers, but also, in essence, every country needs to have a concept diagram of that kind, and the lines in each country can be different. And that can also mean in some countries that the fertilizer consumption that comes with higher efficiency may have a steeper drop than in others. Yeah. So, but it's just a visualization of what we hope to see. To what extent the fertilizer consumption can really drop really depends on how much efficiency gain you can have, and the second factor is also how much more recycling of nutrient from other sources you can have. So we'll have to watch that.
Thank you. I have a question exactly on that point that you just made. In your calculations, do you include any other resources or recyclates or maybe was it just fertilizer?
So far, only manure and biological nitrogen fixation and nitrogen deposition. So, and the manure, we have a new special project led by Jin Zhang's group, together with FAO, and Luis is involved, and Rasmus, to come up with a much better methodological framework and data for manure inputs worldwide. We're not accounting yet for other organic inputs like compost or whatever, because on a national level, it's very difficult to get any statistical information of that kind.
You said policy, that China policy influence, but that's policy, as you're aware, it's sort of grows with our news. You know, Mark discussed it. We are possibly many years ago, the societal damage if excess fertilizer in one is magnified and fertilizer, you get the water. It's very. Do you see the future government policy actually will pay farmers if they have produced, if they improve national efficiency
Weeds are much bigger than fertilizer costs. Actually pretty
It's an interesting question. I mean, first of all, any agricultural statistics on China always need to be looked up with a grain of salt, because you can never really 100% sure about the numbers. Yeah? So when it comes to fertilizer consumption, for example, we have some differences in estimates between IFA and FAO, for example, so which we try to still figure out. But I think in general, when you have a country that is able to more or less dictate a strict policy, like it happened in China with the zero input growth policy, it triggers a whole range of things. It immediately has impact on things like fertilizer consumption, of course. But I think it has also triggered a lot more interest in other technologies that one way or another improve nutrient use efficiency. I see a massive rise in drones, for example, being used also for fertilizer applications. So split application becomes an interesting subject. There's a significant rise in interest in what's called the green fertilizers or value-added fertilizers and in other technologies. So whether the government should pay farmers for the adoption of these things is a question of the design of smart support policies or smart subsidies. I prefer that over fertilizer subsidies, definitely. I would also prefer that in India, for example, but it's politically much more challenging. The government could do such mechanisms initially, or they could be tied even into greenhouse gas credit markets. There's efforts to explore that too. So payment of farmers for good practices in one form or another is certainly an interesting option. But to some extent, these things are happening already without it. So we'll have to. I think it could complement it. But I'm going to China in a couple of weeks to see how things are going.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let us move on to oral presentation. The first oral presentation is panelists made smart germplasm collections for sustainable agriculture. Investigation of biological inhibition and vitamin deficiency. And I invite Dr. Wolfram for a presentation, sir.
Share from Zoom. Yes. ये भी गायब हो एंटर में चाहिए दूसरे वाले निकाल दो ना फोन
I would like to call Dr. Nija to co-chair with Dr. Surekha. Please.
Thanks a lot. It's a great pleasure to be here. I will talk about the Panomex platform, which we established in Vienna, and how it can use to be exploiting natural variation in sustainable agriculture. I'm heading the Department of Functional Evolutionary Ecology in Vienna, and I'm the director of the Vienna Metabolomics Center. I will talk about more on this also. Okay. Let's go. It's not moving. Okay. We are located in Vienna, in the middle of Europe, and we have recently moved into a new building. So happy to give some guided tours in our new building. So I would like to start my talk with a hypothesis. Agriculture can contribute to mitigation of climate change due to its nature as a carbon sequestration process, photosynthesis and CO2 fixation. However, it is not the case, as we know. We have a net greenhouse gas emission because climate changes reduces plant growth and productivity. And secondly, we have a high demand of industrial nitrogen fertilizer. We learned a lot about this now. We have huge losses in the soil due to nitrification processes, and I would like to address this today. So actually, we have all the means to address this, and this is not a new field. It's basically agroecology. So it was already defined in the 80s by Conway. Productivity, stability, sustainability, equability, these are the fundamental properties of any complex system, and agroecology is intimately bound to these pillars of understanding of a system. And I defined the field of green systems biology in 2011, where we really want to integrate fundamental research, ecology, evolution, and especially natural variation with these mega trends of biotechnology nowadays. And the FAO has a very nice definition of this. It's about synergy. So you see this in the middle here. And on the top is the diversity. And what is diversity? It's genetic variation. And this leads directly to germplasm genomics. And this is a basic field we are working on. Although we have an explosion of genome sequencing, this is routine project. We have all these plant genomes available. What is now germplasm genomics? It's using intraspecific variation of one single species and looking for differences. For instance, we have ecotypes from North Sweden to South Spain, right? And they completely differently adapted in Arabidopsis thaliana. We started this with Arabidopsis thaliana. We're now doing this also in a crop plant. So we skip this now. We work in pearl millet, for instance. And here we have close collaborations with ICRIS. So there we sequenced recently 1,000 genotypes, and we exploit them now for further climate adaptation. Why I'm so happy with pearl millet? Because it's absolutely superior with respect to heat and drought resistance, and it has a high nutritional value, right? In contrast to wheat, for instance, other important seed. So we work also, we work with this consultative group on international agriculture research together. This is an ICRISAT Institute in Hyderabad in India. And here we work all on all these different mandate crops like chickpea, pigeon pea, and pearl millet. And this is a recent project which we initiated with Rajiv Varshney on 3,000 chickpea lines, where we do the full metabolomic screening of these lines and also drought resistance. The big question is now, can we actually predict from all this genome data what we want to know? Yield, adaptation to climate change, improved nitrogen efficiency. And if you look into classical GWAS studies, and we published this recently, you see only 10 to 40% of the phenotype is explained by pure genotype data. So why is it so? Because the genome itself is just static information, but the proteome, metabolome, post-translational modifications constitute a dynamic phenotype. So in the end, if you want to understand the genotype-phenotype equation and you want to predict the phenotypic variance in more accuracy, you need a whole panomics platform which integrates not only genomics, but also transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics, etc. And this is the reason why we built up this platform in the last years, in the last 20 years, from next generation sequencing, RNA-seq, proteomics, metabolomics, up to genome scale modeling and ecosystems analysis. Part of this is our mass spectrometry platform in the lab. And I just want to focus on metabolomics here. So metabolomics is the end product of the classical central dogma of molecular biology, but was rather neglected. And in the last 20 years, we have set up large metabolomic platforms. For instance, the Vienna Metabolomics Center. I initiated this center. It is an open research platform, and we have all platforms for metabolomics, proteomics, phosphoproteomics. And the recent less than 10 years, we have published more than 180 publications in very high impact journals, also a lot in collaboration with other groups. So I'm happy to tell you more about this. We have also projects from farm to health. So we address also nutrition, health, and disease projects. So from nutrition, health, and aging, diabetes, gut microbiome, inflammation, immune system, cancer, metabolism, and immune system. This is a protocol where we do integrative extraction of metabolites, proteins, RNA, DNA from one sample. So we have a very convenient standard operation procedure. The main point is the data mining platform, and here we programmed a novel data toolbox, Covain, for statistics, but also artificial intelligence, machine learning, and phenotype prediction or genomic prediction. And the core of this platform is artificial intelligence, but I cannot go into detail here. I'm love to explain more about this. So we have now applied this in many different croplands like wheat, pearl millet, chickpea, potato, tomato, and also other tropical plants. And we have seen that integrating all these data increases our accuracy of genomic prediction up to 60 to 70%. Right? And this can be used with breeders together. We are not breeder to develop marker-assisted approaches for development of elite lines. Okay, I will skip this a bit because, we of course first we addressed drought resistance or stress resistance in the plants. Here we compared pearl millet and wheat, and we did some experiments with direct comparison. We choose various germplasm lines.
Please excuse me, only 2 minutes.
Sorry?
Only 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, right. So we identified some drought resistance line and pearl millet stay green effect. What we found is that under drought stress, we see also a change in root exudation under these conditions. And then we thought, okay, this changed root exudation, so metabolites secreted from the root system, can influence the soil microbiome, right? And here exactly we can address this question of nitrogen, excess of nitrogen fertilizer. I don't have to explain this. Nitrogen is a big problem, and it produces environmental pollution. And the basic processes of this, and this is important now for you, is nitrification processes, which is catalyzed by bacteria, which takes the ammonium from the fertilizer and oxidize it to nitrate. Nitrate is leached to the environment and contributes to up to 70% of losses. At the same time, we have denitrification processes, and they catalyze the reactions and emit nitrous oxide. So as already have shown that agricultural soil management contributes 78% to this very strong 300 times more heat trapping greenhouse gas. So energy boundaries of nitrogen cycle are totally out of limit. So we are really, and with all these consequences on environmental pollution. So we really have to address this. And we have developed a kind of concept for this because it's a holobiont. The holobiont is a plant host in interaction with its soil microbiome, but also other microbiomes. And the interesting thing is that the plant secretes in the root system these so-called BNI compounds. These are metabolites which do a biological nitrification inhibition. Once you inhibit this nitrification process, you increase the leaching, you decrease nitrous oxide emissions, you increase nitrogen use efficiency, and in the long term, you may reduce also the nitrogen fertilization process. So simply, the solution is the plant itself, right? And we reviewed this recently in transplant. We addressed this now in pearl millet. We did some metabolomics analysis of root exudates, and indeed, we found very strong changes in the root exudate. In my world, so the last 20 years in metabolomics, this is one of the most complex mixtures I've ever seen, right? Even compared to leaf metabolome or other metabolomes. And we identified very strong BNI activity under drought stress. So there is indeed an increase in BNI activity, nitrification inhibition under drought stress. If you now apply this to whole germplasm lines, we would expect diversity of BNI activity, which is exactly what we are looking for, right? So we recently used now our wheat lines. We have about 500 lines in the lab. and did a metabolite profiling on the root exudates and combines this with a BNI assay. So we collected different soils, we characterized the ammonium oxidizing bacteria, ammonium oxidizing archaea, and we grew all our plants, collected the root exudates, and then we did our metabolomics analysis with our platform. And here we have an unexpected diversity. More than 5,000 potential metabolites were detected. Here we have pronounced genotypic differences. We have Indian wheat lines and Austrian wheat lines, and you see they're clearly separated also. And we have very strong lines with very strong differences in the root exudate profile. And then we developed a novel fast track system for AOB AOA activity measurements. And if we now put the root exudates on these cultures, we see inhibition effects, of course, right? And this we perform then on all the wheat lines. And you see, first of all, again, huge diversity between all these genotypes in wheat on with BNI activity. And we have lines with up to 70% nitrification inhibition, right? So what we are doing now is we use our platform, especially the artificial intelligence algorithms, to identify those metabolites which are most active in an inhibitory fashion on the nitrification process in the soil. Okay, as a summary and outlook, I hope I could show you the really intriguing data which we can generate with the Panomics platform. We use, and this is a take-home message, we use this natural genetic variation of these germplasm collections to provide concepts for sustainable agriculture. And exactly this is what we found. We found high natural variation in BNI activity, and this will be a very important strategy also for breeders to mitigate the nitrogen pollution. And I would like to thank all my collaborators. We have very strong collaborations with India, and I admire this very much, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. One or two quick questions, please. Questions? Shall we proceed to the third one? Now I invite the second oral presentation. Differential response of pro-vitamin A cassava plant grows to nitrogen fertilization in Nigeria. Dr. Vincent, please.
There is a general announcement. Please, all speakers be present in the hall till the end of the session. Thank you.
Please stick on to the time. Already we are running behind.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. Chair, I'm going to spend all the 15 minutes I have. Looking at differential response of vitamin A cassava to nitrogen fertilization in Nigeria. This is a long-term project. The end aspect is supposed to look at it for about 7 years. We are now, I think, in the 4th year. And it's a collaborative project between my institute, IITA Ibadan, Harvest Plus, and also the University College Hospital is coming on board on this. So some of the things I'm going to talk about, a few of them have been highlighted earlier. In most developing countries, sustainable growth in yields is actually through land cultivation by expansion. And in order for this to keep on going, a lot of crop varieties that have high yield potential have been developed by a lot of breeders, maize, cassava, millet, and but they need to be tackled with effective soil fertility constraint that is. So for cassava, the energy yields from cassava is much more higher than that of maize and rice and also wheat, as you've seen there. The yields of cassava, they are actually low. There's a lot of gap between the actual yield and the potential yields. While from farmers' actual field, we are getting between 10 and 15 tons per hectare. The potential yield is over 50 tons. And one of the causes is low soil fertility. Fish egg plays a major role. So what we did was that the Harvest Plus project, through funding from Gates Foundation, in order to combat malnutrition, actually commissioned this project to breeders and agronomists and field soil scientists, different disciplines. The essence was actually to breed what we call vitamin A cassava that had beta carotene. So instead of people getting vitamin A from drugs, you can actually get it through what we call the fortified crops, fortified crops. So this one is cassava that I'm working with. Again, if you look at this, this is an example of a farmer in Nigeria and actually most sub-Saharan African countries. The bulk of what scientists will do actually go back to their farm. Behind it, you see cassava that have been harvested. So this, we need to look at their interests, not just the scientists, to make sure that whatever they are going to get out of the field is actually proven by science and they can improve their livelihood. So we have two objectives which are there. The first one actually is to look at the end fertilizer management of the vitamin A cassava and also improve its fertilizer use so that it can produce for better use. So we started in 2019, so I'm presenting the one for 2019 to 2022. But I'm not going to run through all this. We started with 60 vitamin A cassava varieties. We have to prune them to 6. And we found out that the maximum N that is needed is actually between 80 and 120. So we chose 100 N. So we made sure that all the plots also were fertilized and equally, apart from the one that don't receive nitrogen. So nitrogen was the limiting element. So this was where it was carried out. Nigeria, it is in southwest part in Ibadan. So the results we had was that the 6 varieties, which we pick out of the 15, actually 3 of them, they actually gave yields between 40 and 42 tons per hectare of root yield across the year when we pull them together, while one of them had a yield that is less than 26 tons per hectare. Out of all of them, 3 of the varieties were more efficient in nitrogen. They gave both the highest nitrogen harvest index, while the three of the varieties, type 1, gave the highest nitrogen use efficiency. The implication and the essence of this is people from the public health need a lot of the roots now to combat hypertension and diabetes instead of giving patients drugs. So it's being introduced by public health physicians as a kind of a trial. So in order to meet the demands, we have to look for varieties that have high use. So across nitrogen, there are 2 of them, 7337 and 0593. Without nitrogen, we're getting over 35 tons per hectare, while the other 3 we're still having about 20 tons. But when we applied 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, we actually had 4 varieties that gave over 35 tons. One actually had 46 tons. And the implication is that we can pick the 4 of them and give it to farmers to multiply with minimal input of nitrogen. Then we found also that 3 of them also had higher nitrogen use efficiency. So we're having between 306 to 400 kilogram of root to kilogram of N applied, meaning that they were efficient in utilizing the nitrogen in the soil for root production. Okay, you can use this. Okay. So this is what I've been talking about. So we're actually looking at 3 varieties now that is going to be produced en masse, so that the cassava roots can be given to the public health physicians for them to process with other disciplines and make food products that will be fed to diabetic and hypertensive patients. We also found out that the N balance was negative for all the varieties. This one indicated that of course, cassava mined a lot of nutrients from the soil, and most of the soil we use in Nigeria, in Africa, actually had low nitrogen. So if we're able to add nitrogen, then we can limit that. Then across the N rates, we have 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare having the highest nitrogen harvest index. While when we did not apply nitrogen, the N balance. So it means that even when we are trying to look at what was in the soil, we are still having a negative N balance of over minus 51 kilogram N per hectare. What can we imply and what do we conclude? 2 of the varieties of the provitamin A cassava, 337 and 593, which have been released officially now, show significant tolerance to native N fertility. It means that farmers can actually use these varieties without any input or with minimal input in the soil. And we found out they were efficient in scavenging available soil nitrogen to produce root in excess of 38 tons per hectare. The amount of nitrogen that was made available to the vitamin A cassava during the growing season needs to be considered in breeding program as an important factor in its production. This is important because when the breeder bred these varieties, they were not taking into consideration the soil constraint. So it was after the varieties have been developed that soil scientists were actually testing it. So it would have been nice right from the onset to look at this as an important factor in its production. So I want to acknowledge my institute for the support, Harvest Plus Nigeria through Gates Foundation, and INI for sponsorship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for taking the exact time of 30 minutes. And any quick 1 or 2 questions, please. Yes, Dr. Ryan.
I might have missed it, but what was the nature of the genetic variation between the 6 cultivars that you used? What is it about them that you would expect them to have such big differences in their yield under low nitrogen? What is different about them?
Well, I'm not a breeder. The breeder chose 15 varieties that were best candidates and gave it to soil scientists and agronomy to test. So I will not know, but what I know is that one of the things they chose was the root yield were very high. And also in terms of dry matter, because we asked questions, but they were actually selected by breeders for us to use. I wasn't in that select.
Thank you. I would like to ask, what informed your choice of that level of N fertilizer, 100 kg per hectare? Is it recommended dose for cassava? Why 100 kg?
Thank you very much. We actually did, before we arrived at 100 N, we had a 2-year field trial before when we screen for different levels of nitrogen. And we found out that 100 kilogram N was the optimum rate that should be used. So that was why we chose 100. So it was not just blanket, it was from research across different locations.
Thank you. We will move on to the next presentation. Nitrogen use practices assessed from village survey, an exploratory study across plain, medium, and high areas of Nepal. By Dr. Rajesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today my presentation title is Nitrogen Use Practices Assessed from Village Survey, an exploratory study across plain, mid-hill, and high-hill areas of Nepal. This is the introduction part. There are so many literatures available highlighting the nitrogen importance. Here are some literatures I have cited. Actually, rice is the major crop in Nepal, and the use of nitrogen fertilizer in rice production can increase yield by up to 30%, but excessive use can lead to soil degradation and reduce soil fertility, according to Central Bureau of Statistics study. The low utilization of nitrogen fertilizer in Nepal is a significant constraint to the growth of agriculture and a major factor in low crop productivity, according to the study by Paudel et al. In 2009. And the major problems are limited access to fertilizers, lack of awareness among farmers about their importance and proper use, inadequate government policies and regulations, high cost of fertilizers, and limited knowledge about effectiveness of nitrogen fertilizers are the major problems. So the need for appropriate decision by farmer while utilizing nitrogen in Nepal demands the analysis of socio-demographic and environmental factors across various agroecological regions. So this study was aimed to find how different attributes and resource characteristics affect the nitrogen fertilizer application in Nepal. What are the factors affecting nitrogen fertilizer application in Nepal? By understanding this process regarding nitrogen fertilizer application at farm level can help identify suitable strategies to support small-scale farmers and improve agricultural productivity and sustainability. Here is our objective. The general objective was to study the factor affecting nitrogen fertilizer application at farm level in Nepal, and specific objectives were to analyze the patterns of nitrogen fertilizer application and yield at farm level in Nepal, and to determine the factors affecting nitrogen fertilizer application in the study area. Here comes the methodology. Here is the map of Nepal showing different study area. It represents different agroclimatic regions of Nepal, and 3 locations were purposely selected. Pipraya, which lies in the tropical region, Lekhani, which lies in the subtropical region, and Helambu, that lies in the temperate region of Nepal. These 3 regions represents well in Nepal, different agroclimatic zones. We have considered that. And these 3 different locations have special characteristics, especially physical and geographical status of Pipraya related to it is located at Tarai, the southern region of Nepal, and it has good physical facilities. And most roads are gravel and blacktop. Similarly, Lekhani is the mid-hill area of Nepal, characterized by terraced farming and lack of good physical facilities. Most roads are gravel and muddy. And the Helambu is the very remote part of Nepal. This is the high hill of Nepal and high altitude area. It is characterized by terraced farming and population density is very low. These are three different. There are three different climates for three different regions. Here is the sample size, 169 for Pipraya, Lekhani 169, Helambu 68. The data was again, the data come from survey, a baseline survey was again done with a two-step cluster analysis, and from each village 36 households have been selected, and the total sample size was 108. There are the results. From these three different graphs, we can see just the trend of nitrogen application and rice yield. Here are four different clusters: less land, less livestock; less land, less livestock, mostly irrigated; less land, more livestock; and more land, more livestock. In all of three graphs, we can see as the livestock number increased, the nitrogen application rate also increased, and the yield also increased. Similarly, for the wheat crop in Pipraya region, we can see the similar pattern, almost similar pattern is there. As the livestock number is increased, yield and both nitrogen application both increased. This is the simple pattern we can observe. Similarly, for residue, what the farmer do with residue? 77% of the farmers, that means majority of the farmers use residue as feed, and only a small portion of farmers they burnt rice residue, and only 9% said they incorporated the residue in the field. For crop season 2, for wheat crop in Pipraya region, majority farmer also use residue as feed for livestock, and residue was incorporated by 9% farmers. Similarly, 18% farmer burnt residue. In Lekhani, again, four different clusters are here. You can see less land, less livestock; less land, more livestock; medium land, medium livestock; and more land, less livestock. In all of these three graphs, we can see the similar trend. As the number of livestock decreases, the total nitrogen applied, whether it is from organic or chemical source, that is also decreased. This is just trend of nitrogen application, and there is the yield trend. And here we can also see less land, less livestock to more land, less livestock continuum. And here we can also see as the livestock number decreases, yield also decreases. Similar patterns were observed in Lekhani also for the case of residue. A majority of the farmer respondents used it as a livestock feed. They used it as for animal consumption for both seasons. There are different variables, socioeconomic, socio-demographic, and some environment-related variables that are considered for this study for the factors affecting nitrogen application in Nepal. Nitrogen level, this is the dependent variable. These are categorized in different levels. You can see their nitrogen level as low, medium, and high. Similarly, other different parameters were considered for this study. Gender, education, soil fertility rated by farmer himself or herself, weather condition, distance from farm area, mass media access, manure availability, irrigation facility, and age. These are the independent variable. Nitrogen level is dependent variable, and other rest of the variables are independent variables. From the results of ordinal regression, among these factors, gender, distance from farm area, weather conditions, and other what I have already described. Different levels of nitrogen application was regressed against those independent variables, and the variables were tested at 95% significance level. And model fitting information. This is you can see the model was fit, and R squared value was 52.3%. Based on the model regression, it was concluded that the model results are adequately enough for this study. And here is our results.
2 more minutes, please.
You can see here only distance and gender were found to be statistically significant from this table associated with nitrogen application levels. This showed that the men used less nitrogen than women do, as shown by the estimate value, which is negative. Similarly, farmers tend to apply more fertilizer in close proximity to their dwellings, as it reduces the effort required for transportation and application over longer distances. Similarly, this is the continued table. Similarly, here age group 31 to 40, it was found to be significant associated with nitrogen application levels. This showed that young and well-experienced farmers used less nitrogen than other age groups do, as shown by the estimate value, which is negative. Here are some of the major highlights from those results. Men used less nitrogen than women. Farmers tend to apply more fertilizer in close proximity to their dwellings, as it reduces the effort required for transportation and application over longer distances. Less nitrogen was administered in cool, dry weather than in hot, humid conditions. Similarly, farmers using irrigation systems applied higher amounts of nitrogen than farmers without irrigation facilities. Farmers who lack literacy have a tendency to apply more nitrogen fertilizer than farmers who have higher education level. Compared to farmers who assessed their soil fertility as medium or high, those who regarded their soil fertility as poor used more nitrogen fertilizer. Farmers with low manure availability used less fertilizer than those with medium manure availability. Farmers are more likely to use fertilizer if they have access to mass media. Well-experienced young farmers use less nitrogen fertilizer as they are more educated. Here are the conclusions. This study revealed significant disparities in nitrogen fertilizer uses among farmers, with notable variations influenced by gender, proximity to dwellings, weather conditions, irrigation systems, education level, soil fertility perceptions, manure availability, access to mass media, and farming experience. The findings highlighted the complex interplay of socioeconomic and environmental factors shaping farmers' fertilizer practices. Understanding these hints is crucial for developing targeted agricultural policies aimed at optimizing nitrogen use efficiency and promoting sustainable farming practices. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Hi, this is Deepak. With respect to the distance, parameter, so I was just wondering, when I look at the Central Bureau of Statistics synthetic fertilizer input in Nepal versus the amount that we are showing, the Central Bureau's data shows much less is actually applied in the rice cultivation in the Kerala. And King Sakota, who's sitting over there, who's from Civic, he has told me that there is a lot of smuggling of fertilizer which goes on in the Kerala area. And so the official statistics is underreported. In your survey, do you have questions about the source of fertilizer? Like a country of origin, smuggling or not?
Thank you. Thank you for this question. Actually, we didn't include that question whether the source where it comes from for nitrogen fertilizer. But among those three different locations, Pipraya that we have considered, that is located in the border area in between Nepal and India, and from informal communication, we are aware that a lot of fertilizer comes from India illegally. Thank you.
Okay. I was interested if you could explain, I know nothing about your culture, about the gender. What drives that? We do a lot of work with female relationships in New Zealand farming systems, understanding what may be behind the increased nitrogen use by the female partner.
I'm not getting your points. Actually, please repeat it.
I was trying to understand why the female gender used more nitrogen fertilizer than the male.
Not getting points. Okay. The detailed discussion is yet to be yet to be done. But in my opinion, from our study, we can see as women are less educated in the study area, and they have less level of cosmopoliteness. That means less exposure. So they are less aware of the harmful effects of nitrogen. It may be the cause, but I'm not sure. We have to further investigate on that matter. Why men's are using less and women are using more? We have to investigate more on that matter.
Okay, thank you. The last oral presentation is on impact of organic and mineral soil multiplication on sensationally reducing ammonia water regulation and enhancing potato yield in an upland condition during cultivation. Just thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Sang Kim from Korea. And first of all, I would like to thank all of the organizing committee to give me a great opportunity to present my topic. Today, I changed my title slightly. Please understand. Today, I'm going to talk about the impact of the organic and mineral soil mulching system on sensationally reducing ammonia volatilization in upland soils during potato cultivation. As we know, the nitrogen is one of the important elements to enhance the crop productivity. And therefore, the demand of nitrogen fertilizer has been steadily increasing so far. However, excessive and improper nitrogen fertilization can cause the serious environmental problems such as ammonia volatilization, the nitrous oxide emissions, as well as the nitrate leaching, and which deteriorating the overall agricultural environment. So generally, the ammonia is mainly produced in the agricultural the environment, showing almost more than 70% of the environment in Korea. And also if we apply the nitrogen fertilizer, which increase the ammonium concentration in soils, especially in the alkaline condition, the ammonia easily volatilized in soil conditions. However, increased ammonia volatilization can cause the serious the environmental problem, such as deteriorating air quality, producing the PM 2.5 in the air. So we need to develop the promising strategies to mitigate the ammonia losses from agricultural ecosystems. I found that the recent study shows that the plastic mulching system showed a significant reduction of ammonia volatilization in the upland conditions. So I tried to come up with some idea how to use these techniques. But we have to consider the plastic mulching effect on the agricultural environment, because it has a lot of the potential side effects, such as the landscape degradations. It's not good for your sightseeing, and it also contains the microplastic accumulations, and as well as this mulching should stimulate the greenhouse gas emissions during the cultivation. So we need to develop some idea to replace the plastic mulching system for in terms of environmental issues. I come up with some idea to use the mineral or organic mulching system as an alternative way by replacing plastic mulching film. So the bentonite, vermiculite, zeolite, and biochar should have an advantage to improve soil properties and having less contaminants, and it has the high nutrient holding capacity, so which potentially lead to the less ammonia volatilization losses from the upland soil. However, there is still the very little information is available online. So I made some hypothesis that this is the general options. However, if we put this type of the mulching system, which could act as an environmental filter like that, and then produce the ammonia gas, cannot penetrate to the atmosphere, and finally showing the significant reduction in the ammonia volatilization during cultivation. So this is my objective of this study is to evaluate the impact of soil mulching systems, particularly on mitigating the ammonia volatilization losses, and also to maintain the sustainable potato production. And then in this study, we investigated the ammonia volatilization rate, and also look at the chemical property of soil as well as soil mulching materials. And lastly, I try to find some what would be the main mechanisms to reduce the ammonia volatilization. I will show some materials and method. In this study we carried out the pot test like this, and then we took some upland soil samples from our the research field, and the chemical property was looks like this. And then I cultivated the potato in the greenhouse conditions, and the pot size and the fertilization regime was as follows like this. And then I also cultivated the potato in this the pot, and then I followed just the general I maintained I followed like general cultivation regimes as follows. And I made mainly two types. The first two types of soil mulching. The first one is the minerals. I used bentonite, vermiculite, and zeolite. And also I used the organic mulching as the rice hull biochar. And I made the two different the treatment. Like I changed it. I made the different amount of mulchings, like with depending on the mulching depths. And then I added like 0.5 centimeter is approximately 2 liters per pot. And then I also make 1 centimeter, which is 2 times higher than the 0.5 centimeters, and using following like this. And at first I add the inorganic fertilizer and then cover like this.
2 minutes, please.
Already 2 minutes. Okay, not so many time. So I investigated ammonia volatilization using sponge method like this, and then I analyzed the physical and chemical properties, and then the mulching and the soil. I found that the mulching material is comparable with the plastic mulching film, especially the organic mulching and the mineral mulching, and zeolite and biochar was very effective. And then this is the main result. When you look at the NPK treatment, the inorganic fertilization significantly increased the ammonia losses. However, if we use the organic mulching system, it significantly decreased the ammonia volatilization. Interestingly, if you look at the zeolite treatment, it's almost a 61% reduction as compared to the inorganic fertilization. It's almost similar with the PK, which is no nitrogen fertilization treatment. And then if we increase the application level, we found almost a similar impact. And zeolites also observed almost all the ammonia emitted from the nitrogen fertilizers, showing no significant difference between the two levels. However, biochar showed also similar impact, and then with increasing the application levels, the ammonia emission was more effectively reduced. I tried to come up with some idea why it's going to happen, and then I made some hypothesis like this is going to be the difference from the soil or mulching or crop growth. And then we found that only soil property were not significantly different. And then I checked the changes in the mulching system, and then I look at the pH of the mulching and the mineral nitrogen concentration, and then we also analyzed the mulching materials that used in this study. And then we found that the ammonia volatilization was positively correlated with the mulching pH, not soil, and while showing negative correlation with the minerals and nitrogens. And also, zeolite and biochar effectively mitigated the ammonia emissions due to either lowering pH or enhancing mineral nitrogen absorption in the mulching material. So yeah, I'm going to conclude this. I think mulching could be effective, and then instead of plastic mulching, I think we can use the mineral and organic mulching system to mitigate ammonia losses as well as environmental issues. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you for your presentation. So I would like to know for which material you produce your biochar. Is it synthetic?
Biochar, we generally took the biochar from the commercially we bought the biochar, which is almost at the 40 degrees Celsius. They made the biochar. Is that okay?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Andreas Kowalski from Purdue Institute. I have two questions. One is, how do you explain the ammonia emissions from the PK treatment? Have you seen any nitrogen? And secondly, pure organic material, is it really an alternative? Is it economically feasible to replace parts of materials?
Okay. Your first question is about the PK treatment. In the PK treatment, we didn't add any nitrogen, just we only add the phosphate and the potassium. So yeah, is it answer for you? And then the second question is like the commercial availability. Okay, but the price is I think it's a cheap in the especially geolite and the biochar, I think, as compared to the plastic mulching. Yeah, but the main point is I think how to apply them and how many times can we apply this kind of mulching system, because it's really hard to get rid of the mulching system after the crop harvesting. So yeah.
Okay, thanks. I have one query. You mentioned that biochar may reduce the soil pH, but it is shown in different literature that biochar increases the pH sustainability. So in this scenario, you also mentioned that organic soil might increase the ammonia emissions. So what would be the mechanism that biochar will help in reduction of emissions?
Okay, that's a very good point. Because generally biochar has a very high the pH condition, which means help to increase the ammonia volatilization. However, in our study, the biochar also showed very high the absorption capacity. So even it has alkaline conditions. So we also checked some surface area, and then we found that this is going to be correlated with it. And also I didn't show the productivity for the potato thing, but this enhancement of crop should also affect. Thank you.
Excuse me. Our biochar, I think this carbon part has ammonia absorption ability. So if you listen, it makes the soil alkaline, it absorbs the ammonia by itself, so you have stable control. My question is that the zeolite, the soil itself has a very refined something. So have you ever studied or read study about the ammonia volatilization depending on the type of the soil?
Oh no! In this study, we just choose only one type of soils. However, I think yeah, it's gonna be the next topics, and then but I think it should yeah should the reduce if we use this kind of mulching system. So at least we can minimize the ammonia volatilization. Yeah.
Talking with your study,
Yeah.
in our village, my hometown, we add the like rice sponsor.
Yes.
Before city.
And okay. Okay.
So
Yeah, we're gonna try. Yes.
Excuse me. Soil organic carbon levels are very high. 23 grams more than.
Which
The soils are very rich in organic carbon.
Organic carbon content in soils, you mean?
Yeah.
It's approximately as a organic matter 2.2 or 3% in this study. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Move on to plastic. I request Dr. Sampurna Gayak on smart plants of the future nitrogen efficient plants for sustainability. Is she not here? If that is the case, I invite Dr. Gopinath speaking on combined application of nano UV with conventional fertilizers created multi-location trial programs. Dr. Gopinath, please. These are flashbacks.
Yes, madam. Maximum I'll take 3 minutes. Respected chair and then delegates, and good afternoon to all. now, this is my first flash track. So now I'm going to deliver learnings from what you have learned related to nano urea formulations. As we all know that fertilizer consumption and then population has been engaged in a positive trend, but in return we are getting very less use efficiency with respect to nitrogen. In case of Indian scenario, here every year we are consuming the fertilizer level of more than 3 to 7 million consumption, but in case of crop yield response, that response has been getting down to the level of to the 5% over the years. To improve the NUE, we have to move towards the improve the fertilizer use efficiency by involving some new fertilizers. Otherwise, we have to follow some good crop production practices. So even every year that environmental pressure through agriculture has been increased every year. In case of fertilizers like macro and micro, so the environmental pressure, especially with the stable cost, has been increased to the level of more than 50%. Currently, even it may increase to the level to the more than 50% in the year of 2050. So to overcome this, the new technology has been developed by using of nano-enabled materials like fertilizers as well as kind of sensors to improve the nitrogen use efficiency. So what scientists are looking forward with the nano fertilizer is that to enhance the delivery of the nutrient and then to enhance the fertilizer use efficiency of added fertilizer in the crops. Even though even our global nano fertilizer market also surging in the rate of 15% every year, so we are projecting that it may worth of more than 12.6 million by 2032. So whether is it true that nano fertilizer could be able to overcome the conventional fertilizer? In this background, we have conducted a study in a study with nano formulation of urea in multi-locations in our All India Coordinated Research Project, where we have taken different formulation of nitrogen sources in 23 locations in a systematic way that we have procured the nano formulation, and then we have conducted our own institute level. Later, we moved to multi-locations. Yes, multi-locations in the following treatments. What we observed from this that, so if we are adding to the recommended dose of nitrogen, which is 100% through conventional fertilizer, if you are adding dual spray of nano formulation, could increment the rice yield by to the tune of 10 to 18%. But if you are substituting a 50% of basal nitrogen with a 2% of 2 spray of nano urea, could significantly decline the rice grain yield to the tune of 1.7 to 26.5% percentage across the locations. That means if you are thinking that nano fertilizer could replace the conventional fertilizer, which is not correct, because which may not support the plant nitrogen demand, and then plant nitrogen requirement. It may if you're adding more if you're adding nano urea in addition to 100% RDN, it may bring the financial burden to the farmers also. Here we can see the nitrogen content and uptake because of low nitrogen percentage in the nano urea, nano formulation urea, which is not sufficient to supplement the nitrogen demand, and then it has shown low nitrogen accumulation and the nitrogen uptake in the rice plants. And that in addition, even in case of nitrogen uptake, so here we can see that in both the graphs, we can see that replacement of 25% of nitrogen, and then if you're, addition to 100% audience, we can improve the nitrogen uptake to the level of 13 to 11%. And then in case of NUE, we have calculated based on the formula grain yield from treatment, then grain yield from control divided by the fertilization order. We found that the application of 75% ODN plus fuel application of nano urea can increase the nutrient use efficiency to the tune of 3 to 5% over 100% ODN. So the chances are very less by the replacement of 20% nitrogen through nano urea. Similarly, in case of BC ratio also, we have found that. So only we are getting much benefit in the 100% audience plus dual spray of nano urea. So which is not yes, that's all. So which is not economically effective also. In summary, we can summarize that. So nano urea 70% and 100% audience was found to be better for yield and end up taking nutrient efficiency at only 20 to 25% of the locations under trial. So nano formulation urea may not replace basal and recommended dose of nitrogen. Even this may not yield the much amount of benefit also. So in this regard, we need some kind of future area of research also. Like we have to study extensively in instrumental behavior of the plants, and then photosynthesis, and then nutrient nitrogen pathway, and then mechanisms, and then in case of environmental quality like greenhouse gas emission, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. One question, please. Only one or two questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So I just want to know, in nano urea, the nitrogen percent is
low, yes.
So, and also you mentioned that complete nano urea application is not feasible.
Yes,
right? So,
because what we observed is if we are adding to dual spray in excess to 100%, then only we are getting some kind of benefit.
So only my query is during the crop growth stage, do you see some deficiency syndrome because the nitrogen content is lower, and is it possible to meet the nitrogen demand through nitrogen split application to nano urea?
Yes, that we can do, but for that we need to do more field trial. Then we can bring into package of practices also. But for that we need some kind of wide experiment. Widely we have to do.
There are no more questions. We thank all the speakers for their excellent presentations and also for maintaining the time. Though I didn't in between. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our co-chairs, Dr. Surekha Kuchi ma'am and Dr. C. Nirja ma'am, for such an interactive and knowledgeable session. I would now like to invite Dr. Akim Doberman to facilitate our co-chairs. Please come on the stage. I would request photographer to please take the photograph. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. I would now request all the speakers of this session to please join us on the stage for a token of appreciation. Please, all speakers of this session, join us on the stage for a token of appreciation. Cameraman, please take the photograph of all the speakers. Thank you all present in this hall for the interactive session and giving the beautiful and knowledgeable talks. It is now time for lunch and we have already gone late. So the time of lunch will be reduced to 30 to 35 minutes. And I request you all to please join us in the same hall after lunch. So we will have the second session. Thank you. And I also request presenter in the second session to please give the presentation to our technical team. Please connect to them. One more announcement is there. Our co-chairs for the second session is Dr. Susanne Smith and Dr. Dinesh Kumar. So please make your presence in the auditorium main hall. I request you both to please present in the hall. Thank you.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर
Third session, right? Yeah.
Mahmoud Hassan. This one. Yeah, yeah. India presentation. One second.
It won't fail because of me.
Is it working in my computer? India presentation this year. Yeah. Right, man. Yeah.
Easy. Actually, I made folders, so we'll just take it there.
Are you in the next session?
No, yeah. Okay.
I'm in the next one. So did we not?
I have no idea. They just said lunch, 30 minutes to 35 minutes.
I would think them my next to is to find out other.
So I have made a folder with the name, so I put it inside it. So it will not be a problem. I'll give you.
Thank you.
Could I check if my presentation's here? I'm the first one in this next session.
That's right, yes. I don't have a presentation. Yeah, I haven't got a memory stick. It's on my computer. If you have a memory stick, I could put it on. Okay.
They want to give their presentation. Give it to them.
This is me. That one? Yeah, I sent that one in already. Yes, you have. But I want to add one slide, if I may. So I've got a different presentation. So do you have it in a pen? I have it in a pen. Just give it to you.
On an average, our households waste about 35% of electricity every month. This doesn't just raise our own expenditure manifolds, but burdens the country, forcing it to rely on non-renewable energy. The result, polluting the environment. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Turn off the lights while leaving a room, switch to energy-efficient appliances and LED lights, unplug devices when not in use. Use natural light sources whenever available. And keep your air conditioner at 24 degrees. Save energy for better tomorrow.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूँ।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे, आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में पानी के उपयोग के लिए होस पाइप या पाइप के बजाय बाल्टी का उपयोग करें। एसी और आरओ से निकले पानी का पुनः उपयोग करें। जल इकाइयों को रिचार्ज करने के काम को बढ़ावा दें और औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। सब्जियों को साफ करने के बाद पानी का पुनः उपयोग पौधों को पानी देने या ऐसे किसी अन्य कार्यों के लिए करें। घर, स्कूल और कार्यालयों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग बॉडीज का निर्माण करवाएं। लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट अपनाइए। मिशन लाइफ से दुनिया बेहतर बनाइए।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, एक छोटी सी अपेक्षा आज आपसे सामने रखना चाहता हूं। इस 2 अक्टूबर को हम भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक, क्या इससे देश को मुक्ति दिला सकते हैं?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन अनुसार हमें भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाना है और इसके लिए सबकी भागीदारी आवश्यक है।
बेटा जी, ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के डिब्बे, प्लास्टिक की प्लेट्स, स्ट्रॉ और ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के कप।
कितने हुए?
800 रुपए।
अरे रुको रुको, ना मैं ये लूंगी ना मैं ये लूंगी और ये तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं लूंगी। पर क्यों? जानते नहीं कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक का इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहिए। सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक एक बार इस्तेमाल करने के बाद फेंक दिए जाते हैं और हमारे वातावरण को प्रदूषित करते हैं। इसलिए भारत सरकार ने इसके इस्तेमाल पर 1 जुलाई 2022 से रोक लगाई है। ये सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक पर्यावरण में मत फैलाओ। कुछ लेने जाओ तो कपड़े के बैग को लेके जाओ और पॉलिथीन को अपने जीवन से हटाओ। प्लास्टिक के बर्तनों से अपना रिश्ता तोड़ो। स्टील, ग्लास, लकड़ी और मिट्टी के बर्तनों से नाता जोड़ो।
राइट।
प्लास्टिक के कूड़े को जल में कभी ना मिलने दे। पानी के जीवन को खतरे में ना पड़ने दे। मिशन लाइफ को अपने जीवन शैली में लाए। आओ मिलकर प्रो प्लैनेट पीपल बन जाए और पर्यावरण को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाए।
पर्यावरण, वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Mobile phones and electronic devices have become essential in our lives. But do you know that e-waste generated from these is very harmful for our environment? Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has come out with solutions to address these problems in Mission Life.
लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अपने खुद के प्रयत्न में या परिवार के साथ और अपने समुदाय के साथ मिलकर वो कौन से कदम उठा सकते हैं जिससे धरती की सुरक्षा हो सके, इस पृथ्वी की सुरक्षा हो सके। इन सारे सवालों का जवाब मिशन लाइफ में है।
Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. We too have a significant role to play to mitigate our carbon footprint. Come and let us work together to reduce the e-waste for a safe environment. Do not throw the e-waste here and there. Utilize the e-recycling units to protect our environment. Use rechargeable batteries.
Prefer using cloud storage over a pen drive or a hard drive. Use mobile phones and electronic items to their full life cycle. These are few small steps that can lead to a great improvement in mitigating chemical leakage in the environment. Let's choose a chemical-free environment. Choose life. Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास किया है.
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर.
शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए योग जरूरी है. शरीर के पोषण के लिए जैसे मिलेट्स जरूरी हैं, ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फूड जरूरी हैं, ऐसे ही प्रकृति को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए और प्रदूषण को नियंत्रित करने के लिए जरूरी है कि हम वृक्ष लगाएं. अपने घरों में तुलसी, अश्वगंधा, गिलोय और नीम जैसे पेड़ पौधे लगाएं और जानवरों की खाल से बने प्रोडक्ट से दूरी बनाएं. ध्यान रखिए, अगर हम प्रकृति को बचाएंगे तो ही लाइफ को बेटर बनाएंगे.
क्या बात है, बालकनी का असली फायदा तो आप उठा रहे हो, सब्जियां उगा रहे हो.
हाँ, और इसी बहाने थोड़ा मन भी बहल जाता है.
और आंटी, लाइफ में कुछ यूजफुल करने को भी मिल जाता है.
खाद क्या डालोगी?
ऑर्गेनिक कंपोस्ट, किचन और फूड वेस्ट से तैयार करके.
ये सब कहाँ से सीखा?
स्कूल से.
मुझे भी सिखाओ, आखिर पड़ोसी ही पड़ोसी के काम आता है ना?
आप भी नेचर के करीब आइए, लाइफ को बेटर बनाइए.
അത് ബൈക്കാണെങ്കിൽ കൂടുതൽ സൗണ്ട്, കാറാണെങ്കിൽ എടുത്തു പോകണം, എക്സ്പെൻസ് കൂടുതൽ, സൈക്കിളിന് എക്സ്പെൻസ്, പൈസ വേണ്ട, വളരെ ഈസിയാണ്. നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് എക്സസൈസുമായി, ശരീരത്തിന് എനർജിയായി, നമ്മൾ ചവിട്ടിപ്പോയി ശാന്തമായിട്ട് പോയിട്ട് മര്യാദയ്ക്ക് നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരാം. പോലീസിനെ പേടിക്കണ്ട, ലൈസൻസ് കാണിക്കണ്ട, ഒന്നും കാണിക്കണ്ട. ഇത് സൈക്കിൾ ഫ്രീ. വേൾഡ് ഓഫ് സൈക്കിൾ ലോകത്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. സൈക്കിളാണ് വെരി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. മൈ ലൈഫ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവനവൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യത്തിന് ഏറ്റവും വലുത് സൈക്കിളാണ്. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സൈക്കിൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരു രാജ്യമാണ് ചൈന. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അധികം ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ஆமாம். ஏசியில் வந்து உடம்புக்கு எல்லாருக்கும்
இந்த மாதிரி கார்பன் மோனாக்சைடு பைக்ல இருந்து வரதெல்லாம் நமக்கு நல்ல விஷயம்.
நானும் நாளையிலேருந்து பைக்கில் போகலாம் സൈക്കിളിലേ പോകാം. ഓക്കെ താങ്ക് യു.
നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിനോട് ഞാൻ 100% യോജിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞാനും നാളെ മുതൽ ഇത് പിന്തുടരും. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you for the information.
നല്ല ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ. ഞാൻ സൈക്കിൾ
ഓക്കെ.
കാര്യം അറിയാൻ വേണ്ടി വന്നതാണ്. മാഡത്തിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഏത് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് ലൈറ്റാ
ഇപ്പോൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പഴയ CFL-ഒക്കെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
പഴയ CFL? ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ലൊക്കെ എത്ര വരും?
എന്തായാലും 2000 മുകളിലാണ് വരിക.
മാഡം നമ്മുടെ മിനിസ്ട്രി വരെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ പഴയ ലൈറ്റൊക്കെ മാറ്റിയിട്ട് LED ലൈറ്റ് അതൊക്കെ വേണം യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. AC ഉണ്ടോ വീട്ടിൽ?
വീട്ടിൽ AC ഉണ്ട്.
ആ AC അതേപോലെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പവർ സേവിങ് മോഡ് വേണം ഇടാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്.
അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ LED ലൈറ്റൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ലൊക്കെ കുറയും.
തീർച്ചയായും നമ്മുടെ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബിൽ മാഡം 2000 അല്ലേ വരുന്നത്? അതെ. അത് നേരെ പകുതിയാവും. ഒരു 500 അടുപ്പിച്ച് വരുത്തുള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ എനർജിയിൽ നമുക്ക് അപ്പം LED ലൈറ്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം മാഡം.
അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഭർത്താവിനോട് പറഞ്ഞു എന്തായാലും എല്ലാം ഞാൻ LED ലൈറ്റ് ആക്കാൻ പോവാം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ LED ലൈറ്റ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികൾക്കും പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ലേ?
പിന്നെ തീർച്ചയായും അവരുടെ ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ എന്താ പ്രകാശം തന്നെ അവരുടെ കണ്ണുകൾക്ക് നല്ലത് ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്.
അധികം ഇറിറ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കില്ല.
ഇറിറ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കത്തില്ല.
താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
ഓക്കെ മാഡം.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा है।
My dear Prakriti, remember what you have to do on earth?
Yes, Mother. I will educate people with love so that they understand mission life and maintain the environmental balance by adopting environment-friendly lifestyle.
My child, these 3 things will help you on your journey. First is the tiara of flowers. This will keep you happy and energetic. Second, this badge of life, which will remind people of life, lifestyle for environment. You can also give this badge to people who contribute for the betterment of our planet. And third, this bag of hope. Whenever someone harms the environment, you can take out eco-sustainable alternatives from the bag and inspire them to adopt Mission Life.
Okay, Mother. Now I will leave for my mission life.
There's one life, but there's one mission. Let's all work for environment, rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Adopting environment-friendly lifestyle is our ambition. Say no to single-use plastic. Let's use stairs instead of lift. Save water, segregate waste, reduce overconsumption and reuse again. Together we can, together we will, together we will achieve this ambition. There's one life, there's one mission. Let's all work for environmental rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Let's choose life for green planet vision.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे।
States you put the lights off. Huh? Bottle. Mr. Christ.
Welcome back to the 9th International Nitrogen Conference, themed Balancing Global Change and Sustainability. This event serves as a platform for brilliant minds from around the world to convey, exchange their ideas, and inspire one another, and collectively shape the future. We are honored to have you all here, and your active participation will enrich this event. Let's continue the conference.
This session includes 7 talks. First talk will be lead talk that will be of 20 minutes, 15 plus 5 minutes for question answer. After that, oral talk will be there for 15 minutes. That will be 10 plus 5 minutes for question answer, followed by oral flash talk 5 minutes, and this will be 3 plus 2 minutes for 2 minutes for question answer. So I would like to introduce Mrs. Asu Tyagi, who will be rapporteur for this session. And now, without further delay, I would like to pass on the program to our co-chairs, Dr. Smidit and Dr. Dinesh Kumar, for co-chairing the session. There is a general announcement. We have not yet received the presentation of Dr. Khem Raj Dahal. So please, I request to please submit their presentation on the stage. Thank you.
Let's get started. I'm co-chairing the session. My name is Suzanne Schmidt. I'm from Australia, and we have Dinesh Kumar here from India. And we've got a fabulous lineup of presenters. So the first one is Robert Rees, who will talk about the agronomy in South Asia. So Robert, you could come to the stage. Oh yeah, here you are. And we're going to do 20 minutes, obviously, and you know, we'll tell you when 2 minutes are to go.
Right. Well, good afternoon and welcome back. So we're going to kick off this afternoon by looking at agronomic approaches to improving nitrogen use efficiency across South Asia. And to do this, I'm going to put together a synthesis of a large program of experimental work that's been carried out over the last 4 or 5 years under the South Asian Nitrogen Hub project. This is the first opportunity we've had to synthesize the results of this work, so we're really excited to be able to share this with you. And I'd just like to start by thanking the very large contribution of the co-authors of this study. It's involved a very large program of work who made this possible. So in many respects, this work is addressing some of the grand challenges that we heard about this morning around nitrogen and improved nitrogen use, in trying to develop new approaches to agronomic management that will improve nitrogen use efficiency, reduce losses, and maintain productivity in our farming systems. So to do this within this program, we established network of experimental sites across the region. And as I say, we've worked within the South Asian Nitrogen Hub program, of which you'll be hearing quite a lot this week, which is a program involving collaboration between the UK and a range of South Asian partners. So our experimental network was based in sort of leading research institutes and universities across the region in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, representing a diversity of climates, environmental conditions, and cropping systems across the region. A lot of these systems were based on rice or rice wheat rotations, but we had other crops including here as well. The questions that we're really trying to address with this work were what changes in current agricultural practice in the region would be most likely to improve the efficiency of use of nitrogen in farming systems and reduce losses? What are the effects on yield of agronomic interventions aimed at improving these nitrogen use efficiencies? And specifically how do various rates of nitrogen application influence both yield, nitrogen loss, and emission intensities? By using this network approach of experimental sites, we were able to use a harmonized approach to experimentation and measurement, so that we're able to make these comparisons and syntheses at the end of the work. So our protocol, our experimental protocol, involved plots where we had control, no nitrogen addition treatments, which were compared with conventional approaches to nitrogen use using normal farmer practice. And then what we described as a series of innovations, locally promising innovations that would be used to try to improve nitrogen use efficiency and reduce losses. And in addition to that, we were altering the rates of nitrogen to look at this rate response, both in terms of crop and losses of nitrogen. So this program involved an analysis of over 500 annual site, year, crop combinations and many tens of thousands of measurements included within those. So let's say it's quite a large synthesis. So let's move on to the results of this work. And firstly, look at this issue of the relationship between yield, the response of crops to the nitrogen that we're adding. So on the left-hand side here, you see grain uptake in response to nitrogen addition, and this is expressed as the percentage, the fraction of the normal nitrogen application that would be used. So you see a pretty steep increase there from the 0N, as we'd expect, flattening out towards excess nitrogen application, where we go above the recommended rate. The nitrogen balance responds even more strongly to this change in nitrogen rate. So at the 0M, as we might expect, we're mining soil nitrogen. And then as we move above the recommended rate, we start moving into excess nitrogen balances and expressed in terms of the total input and output from the system. In terms of how the systems respond to nitrogen, this was interesting. So if you express the results, the data in terms of partial factor productivity, that's the yield of product per kilogram of nitrogen input, you see quite a range of values across the different sites, ranging to some quite low values in some places to reasonably high ones elsewhere. So that's represented by the blue bars on this diagram. But I think what's also interesting is the opportunities that these standard agricultural practices have for improvement. So the opportunities for improvement are represented in this diagram by the red dots above the bar, which are the most promising local interventions in the systems on those locations. And in some cases, we could double partial factor productivity by introduction of these innovations, and those would vary and be site-specific, but in all cases we were able to improve on standard practice, which I think is encouraging. Now, of course, the ways in which that happens are by improving nitrogen use efficiency and by reducing losses. So I want to think about some of those things in a little bit more detail. So the losses, first of all, if we express annual loss as a plot against nitrogen input, we see across all sites, it looks something like this, which is interesting. because this isn't a linear relationship. As you increase nitrogen input, the losses become greater. So it's a non-linear relationship between loss and nitrogen input. But of course, that loss term encompasses quite a number of different processes. So I want to break that down a little bit further. We have volatilization, which is quite a significant loss. Now, the volatilization loss is characterized by very low losses at the 0N level, but then increasing non-linearly as you increase the nitrogen input. A lot of scatter around that line, but you can see that there's a non-linear increase. It's also characterized by initial conditions, which are that the volatilization loss is something that happens very close to the application of the nitrogen source within days of nitrogen application, going back down to zero over the longer term. That differs from the nitrous oxide emissions. Similarity here is that we again have a non-linear relationship between loss and nitrogen input, with very much higher losses at high rates of nitrogen input. But the intercept on the x-axis isn't zero this time. We have a loss going on when there's zero nitrogen applications reflecting the background soil crop residue emissions. One of the other interesting things about the nitrous oxide emissions, and to some extent the other losses as well, is the relationship between those losses, the inputs and the emission intensity for nitrous oxide. So that's the nitrous oxide emission per kilogram of product. This time you're bringing together the crop response and the nitrous oxide loss. So actually the intensity goes down when you increase the nitrogen input from zero, but then rises very steeply above the optimal rate. And the minimum nitrous oxide emission intensity, interestingly, lies slightly below the optimal or the conventional nitrogen application rate, somewhere below 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And there are interesting sort of messages that spin out of this in relation to where you would want to set your optimal rate. If you wanted to minimize nitrous oxide intensities, you'd actually have to go above zero. Zero is not a good level to be using, but you might want to think about going below conventional rate. Now, that's all, of course, set by the response of dry matter to the nitrogen input. And this is the actual plot of dry matter yield to nitrogen input across all our sites. So some interesting things here. I mean, clearly you have a response. It goes up when you go from zero to the optimal conventional rate, and then starts to decline at higher rates. So that explains that nitrogen intensity graph that I just showed you. I think the other interesting thing here is the scatter of the data around that optimal rate. Huge amount of scatter. I think I see that as being encouraging in that provides evidence that at a given rate of nitrogen, there's a lot we can do in terms of agronomic practice that will alter the grain yield response and the nitrogen use efficiency. One of the factors that influences the productivity and the nitrogen use efficiency is the time of year which we do cultivation. So if you split, all of these experiments had dry seasons and wet seasons. So if you split the data out into those dry seasons and wet seasons, you see that the dry season is the most productive. We have higher crop production. It's also associated with quite significantly higher losses of nitrogen. So although the productivity is higher, the environmental impact could be higher. Nitrogen use efficiency evens out because it works between those two things. But the wet season has lower levels of productivity and lower losses. The dry season, if you like, is the higher risk one, and the one where you might, if you're looking at trying to control losses, might want to focus some attention. But what I've talked about so far is a synthesis of the data, and we really need to drill down into the data and look at individual sites to think about how these innovations and management options work at a site-specific level. And I've just chosen a couple of examples here. This is from some work from our colleagues in Pakistan, who've looked at the role of tillage on nitrogen use efficiency in wheat. So you see there at the top, zero N control and far left, and then various tillage treatments not having big impacts on the yield, which is good, but then nitrogen recovery varies very significantly between these treatments, with a deep tillage, burying the nitrogen, avoiding the volatilization, contributing to a much higher nitrogen use efficiency. And here's another example from our colleagues in Bangladesh who looked at ammonia volatilization. So here we have urea supergranules and biochar contributing significantly to improvements in reductions of nitrogen emissions by volatilization and consequent improvements in nitrogen use efficiency. So really encouraging interventions there that we could take use of. And this urea supergranule approach seems to have been very successful across our sites. So really encouraged by the messages that's sending out for changes in practice and policy. So I'm going to finish there. A lot more I could say about this data, and we're in the process of analysing this and publishing this in the year ahead. But I think what we can say so far is that the recommended rates of nitrogen use across our sites and countries can be improved. There's more that we can do. Local innovations are really important. Other messages that I think we could promote are this relationship between losses and the rates of nitrogen application, which rise very steeply in a non-linear response to inputs of nitrogen. This reflects, of course, the fact that management itself plays a critical role in improving nitrogen use efficiency, and we've got these specific examples of urea supergranules and deep placement, biochar and tillage that can be really effective management options. And this other observation of the difference between dry and wet seasons in terms of productivity, but also in terms of the risks associated with nitrogen loss and management. So I'll finish there, and as I said, I'd like to have a big thanks to all our partners who have made this work possible, and thanks for your attention.
Wow, perfect sounding.
Was it?
Yes. We have plenty of time for questions. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and actively engaged here. So over to you, Ollie. Questions for all. Yeah, that's one question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. One question you saw in the short one, yields in the slide, where you have very high variation in the yields up to 8 tons grain just from the control. So what's the just in rice or what's
Yeah, that's across all crops, so it would include wheat, rice, and other crops. I mean, one of the things that you have to accommodate within this sort of analysis is the variability between sites. So, for instance, at one of our sites in Afghanistan, we were using wastewater irrigation. The wastewater had vast amounts of nitrogen in it. It really threw the analysis a little bit, and it pushed that zero axis way up beyond where it should be. It confuses all the calculations you do and puts lots of variability into the data. But actually understanding that and knowing that you've got that nitrogen going in, I mean, we didn't need to apply any nitrogen to any of the crops in that site. And if you know that and have that information, then that's really important.
No reply?
Sorry?
Did you want to reply?
I thought I did.
Okay. Any more questions or comments?
Hello, Cameron Ruling, a great presentation. A number of the best management practices that you alluded to today, quite substantial, are already relatively well aware. So would you like to make a comment on what are the impediments to, in fact, already having those practices, the deep placement, the cultivation, etc., the biochar? As part of us saying, were you able to ascertain perhaps what some of the barriers are under that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something we looked at directly in this study, although there is a sort of wider understanding of some of the barriers, and the barriers are numerous. So the barriers are partly related to cost. I mean, that would be a big one. So particularly for, say, biochar. And then there are related barriers in terms of infrastructure. So if you're going to use biochar, you need an infrastructure to produce it. But then there are also knowledge barriers, and hopefully this is one of the things this study will address. So if we have a very integrated program of research going on here. We have parts of the program that are related to knowledge transfer and governance and end user engagement. So by actually undertaking this study and providing this evidence, we can provide the policy people with the evidence they need to go out and make recommendations and change practice. And then there's the sort of cultural and educational barriers, and again, that involves end user engagement. So I guess in a way, this is almost the starting point. Although you say, I mean, I know those innovations are out there already, but they're not being used. We're comparing what is standard practice with what you could do. And we hope that this evidence will provide that stronger base for the end user engagement that will go out to change practice.
Right. Last question.
Hi, Bob. Thanks for the presentation. I think the previous person just preempted part of the question. The second part of my question, you shoot for the PFP. There was one scenario for India where we saw almost a doubling of PFP. There's a lot of curiosity. What factor was that this very high improvement here?
Yeah, that was a manure application. It's very specially prepared organic matter preparation. I was actually also surprised at how much that innovation improved nitrogen use efficiency, but so that was from NRRI.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker again.
Okay.
Congratulations for the talk.
Thanks.
And thank you for the audience for your intelligent questions. And we're moving on to the next speaker, who will do a 50-minute oral presentation on plant growth promoting bacteria. And I hand over to my colleague, Sakura.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair. The topic of my presentation is plant growth promoting bacteria, reduce urea fertilizer use in Boro rice cultivation. So in Bangladesh, mostly rice is cultivated throughout the country, and there are mainly rice is cultivated in the dry season. That one is called Boro season, and also in the wet season, common season. Another season is Aush, but cultivation area and cultivation is not so good. For my experiment, we have chosen breed N29. This one is a high yielding variety. And for rice cultivation, not only in our country, but also throughout the world, the nitrogenous fertilizer is widely used, and the rate is comparatively higher as compared to many other crops. So in this respect, we all know inorganic fertilizer causes many environmental hazardous effect, environmental consequences. That's why if we can promote some plant growth promoting bacteria, that would be a very eco-friendly approach, because plant growth promoting bacteria can fix nitrogen. Some of them can solubilize phosphorus, as well as some of them can produce phytohormone. So the objective of my study was to characterize some selected isolates in terms of their morphological, biochemical, and molecular characteristics, to assess the effect of bacterial isolates on growth, yield, and yield regulating characters of rice, and to evaluate the performance of plant growth promoting bacteria on nutrient content in rice. The following morphological and biochemical characteristics like colony morphology, gram staining, catalase activity, phosphate solubilizing assay, determination of indole acetic acid, this one was done And for molecular characterization, DNA was extracted, and finally the bacteria was identified based on their molecular characteristics. The experiment was actually conducted under pot condition, not in the field condition, and the soil of the pot was shallow red brown terrace soil for this experiment. And this one is the soil characteristics, chemical properties, slightly acidic in nature. pH was 5.82, and nutrient content was not so good in that soil. So these are the treatments for this experiment. Actually, we have set 15 treatments, like 0% nitrogen, 25% nitrogen, 75% nitrogen, and 100% nitrogen, and along with 2 plant growth promoting bacteria, namely PGPB1 and 2, with combination with 0%, 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100% nitrogen dose. And the inoculum was applied before the transplanting, root sucking was done, and also the inoculum was applied in the root zone of rice plant at the rate of 1 ml per plant at 1 week interval up to 60 days of transplanting. And data were collected for rice for different parameters. And now I want to show the major findings of this research. These are some morphological and biochemical characteristics of the bacterial isolates. Both of the isolates are gram positive in reaction. Catalase test was also positive, and both of them can solubilize the phosphorus, and they have varying amounts of endolytic production capability. But the plant growth promoting bacteria was more efficient as compared to plant growth promoting bacteria 1 in terms of endolytic acid production. These are some pictorial view, bacterial isolates on nutrient agar media. This one is the catalase test of the bacterial isolates, phosphate solubilizing assay. And then after molecular characterization, we have identified these 2 plant growth promoting bacteria. The first one was identified as Bacillus maris flavi, and the second one was identified as Bacillus aryabhattai based on their molecular characteristics. Now I want to show some results like growth contributing characters of rice as influenced by plant growth promoting bacteria in combination with inorganic fertilizers. From this table, we can see in case of plant height, the highest plant height was observed from 100% nitrogen as well as 100% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria 2. But this was statistically similar with 75% nitrogen in most cases, along with PGPB1 and 2. And in most cases, the lowest result was obtained from 0% nitrogen. Spade below, similar trend was observed. For panicle length, the highest panicle length was observed with 100% nitrogen and 100% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria 2, but statistically similar with 75% nitrogen along with PGPB 2. For time limitation, I don't want to show all the parameters. I want to go for this yield characteristics. Like for grain yield, if we consider the grain yield, then the highest grain yield was obtained from 100% nitrogen, but this was statistically similar, identical with 75% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria 2 as well as 100% nitrogen with plant growth promoting bacteria 1 and 2. For straw yield, a similar trend was observed where we see 75% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria 2 can produce the similar straw yield if we compare with 100% nitrogen. That means without sacrificing the grain and straw yield, the plant growth promoting bacteria 2 can be used to get maximum grain yield as well as straw yield. This figure shows the nitrogen content in rice grain. So from this figure, we can see the T12 treatment. That means 75% nitrogen along with plant growth promoting bacteria 2 and 100% nitrogen. This can produce the significantly highest nitrogen content. For phosphorus content in rice grain, similarly, 100% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria 2 produce the highest phosphorus content. This might be both of the isolates they have the capability to solubilize phosphorus as well. So phosphorus content is comparatively higher where we have applied this to bacteria. Potassium content, in terms of potassium content in rice grain, the highest one was obtained from 75%